the youngster of Arcadia too. They all start firing off on their own, being for a very exciting second map start. And Orcs, of course, already has been electric.
Yeah, let's find out. Pretty important response round from Eternal Fire. Upcoming Dynamo Eclot. Meanwhile, their mission is to find that all-important consistency. Ooh. Awkward bit of noise for Kafida. Definitely not needed, but there's no one around to hear him, so... The jig not up. They're going to go for mid-control once again. Calyx with a flash. Decent nade here? No, they actually call off the push, so no one runs into it, but... Control given up of the brackets area, at least for now. This is where we might have some of that Inferno guesswork coming in.
Off. Alright, just to clear that close position. Nobody present though, so don't have to worry all too much. It's a good hold for Eternal Fire in terms of their little setup here. Woxic and Arcadia are going to be tested. Woxic will pass the first of flying colours as he looks for more.
Ooh, eats a nade. Could be problematic moving on here. Arcadia, though, in towards pit. They never expect a second, do they? And Calyx is perfectly positioned on the site. Absolutely fantastic setup from Eternal Fire. I mean, yeah, it's going to take some drastic misses to drop a setup like that on the site, but not the case. They keep it together, and you can see what it means. Money looking very, very good. Denying a bomb plant away as well means Dynamo Eclot are just right back to square one.
Wow. Yeah, it's one of those things as well, when you've got kind of that Woxic and Arcadia 1-2 punch in that close, short position over towards the A site. All they have to do is buy time. That's what they did. Calyx comes in, gets double, closes things out. Too many places to look. He just spammed the smoke to no avail. Detour's actually getting up close and personal here. Might make some noise. And MBQ swings, may I say, straight into the orb.
Edge of the smoke. No one presenting at this stage of the round. No one going to be around for Detour's boost here either. They're a little too late on that. But they like their chances on B. Looks like they will rotate some guns across, bring the bomb. Try and get themselves in there. I do like the look of this one. Zantares, whether intentional or not, there is a small gap on the edge of the smoke, but nothing for him to play with just yet.
Yeah, it all goes a little bit quiet. It's eerie right now. Detour is pushing forward that hero AK. Let's have a come over. He's in front of it. He needs to stay alive, and he doesn't. And just as he falls, Antara swings through. Spamming the smoke, it could be dangerous, but he just threads the needle.
Just about. Antares staying alive at the back end of the site as well. It's such a big deal. Major through the smoke to seal the deals. Antares looks like he didn't need too much help, but all the same, again, really solid setup. Keeping it together, staying cool, and finding themselves a really decent foundation to start off this first half here. I think they can be very happy with a 6-2 kind of scoreline. Dynamo Eclot, yeah, they know this is getting worrying, right? The control of these games has definitely gotten away from them. They've been on the back foot on both maps.
Yeah, yeah. The call here for a kind of a conversation, it's so needed. Because this is exactly what happened on Anubis. Had these kind of forced by wars at the start. And when it ended, Eternal Fire and the gun rounds just win every single one. We kind of saw up until it was kind of 9-3 at one point. Eternal Fire had won all but one full gun round. I think for me, that already really shows kind of the disparity when it comes towards the CT side. And actually what was the big issue. If it was a little bit more of an even half in towards Anubis, it could have been a different result. I mean, at one point, they're tying it up. Don't know, like, 12 all, 13 all. They're really pushing the distance there. And it looked like we were going to get the full 30 and some, maybe. But just that massive gap they had to claw back first before we could even talk about a comeback really put them in a rough spot.
Toxic. Again, looking for gaps in smokes. It does seem Eternal Fire's smokes maybe not quite on point on Inferno, but they're working with them. Damage traded back at the top end of Banana, but no kills come in. Woxic, oh, fully blinded up and has to give the position away. So now the threat of an approach out on the A bomb site is very, very real. Adia, first line of defense. Only good for the one, though.
Spamming the smoke here, Major. Pretty damn close to getting a bit of damage towards MBQ, especially if you have to reload there. Shifts walks back, so 50 seconds to work with. All time square 4 apiece. And with damage dealt towards Eternal Fire too, trades will benefit them. As the bomb looked like it was going to go join forces. Malik is over towards top B. They opt against it, doubling back towards A. They still can split B, if that is the idea, and it looks like that will be exactly the plan. So Mage's actually crucial to the success of Eternal Fire. Kafida slipped the net. Alongside MBQ, they snuck in behind. Mage has got to make a difference here alongside Antares.
Start to make noise now and kind of give their position away as well with the smoke. So at the very least, Eternal Fire know what's up. Trying to take the fight early. Doesn't happen. Heads ripped off. Just in the nick of time as well, right? 5 seconds. If only they could have stayed alive a little longer. I don't know. It's I talked about it yesterday, right? Because we saw a round pretty similar. You just sort of panic when it's like, oh, they're pushed into CT. You know, you really don't have the instinctive protocols in the back of your mind in order to deal with that kind of situation. You don't know what the timings are going to be like. Who's peeking first? Is CT going to come at you? Is B main, as it were? You know, Banana going to come at you? So it really does, I think, make life difficult in terms of the decision making.
Yeah. Important though for Daniel Eklot, not only winning the round, but in the fashion they did too. Everyone should survive it, despite the radius being extended quite a lot last year. And it's all good. So, only Detour falling. It's a very good B take. That split coming through, you can kind of see it happening in slow motion. Once they take a long control, but they'd smoked deep over towards Library. Only one thing really going to be happening there. They wrap in Major and Xantares together, couldn't lock down the site. And that's another one of those situations where to win those rounds, you have to buy time. And they just couldn't do it. Instantly getting deleted. There we go. Major once again this time. I'm pushing in front of the smoke. There's one of them who are taking too much of a fight. Dito might have a retake here over towards Banana. He smoked out.
Banana control kind of gained with the deep smoke, so they've got decent information there. They might rotate one away. Definitely will now that the utility's coming in, right? So buy some time for that rotation to come through is the ultimate goal for these A players. Going to be difficult though. Pit is being overwhelmed. Woxic though does his job, finds a kill, distracts away, and indeed is going to get another one. Absolutely beautiful play there from the A defenders once again. It does feel like this A bomb site in particular is really impenetrable right now.
It's incredible how quick they are as well to kind of surround and pounce the way Eternal Fire, have been. Eternal Fire, have been. Ubis slipping behind bit by bit. They've mustered together a buy in round number 11 with a Tech 9 and Mac 10 to support the rifles. My God, it's not pretty. Anti-flash being played there by the AWP, but Eternal Fire take this round. They'll break the economy of Daniel Eklon, and of course, not only doing that, they should be able to start putting up a similar scoreline to out of map 1 with the 9-3. Nade takes down Detour. Thankfully, it's only just a Mac 10.
Still not ideal to be a man down when you are looking for the rounds as desperately as Dynamo Eklot are. Pretty scary. And now they have to back off. They're not confident in the B play anymore. And we've seen how effective A can be, and they're already a man down. This is just really not a great look. I know, again, it's the T side. It can be harder, and particularly with the style that Dynamo Eklot go for, like we say, there's not as much of this back and forth prod, utility usage. They tend to just tell it like it is, so to speak. And I mean, look at this. Just contacting out towards A. Okay, maybe it's going to work. Going to try and catch him off. Calixo staying cool. Double one tap. Easy as you like. Kafida, last one left was that B lurking presence to just keep them on B. He did his job, but unfortunately the rest of the boys could not manage it.
Tenofire are seriously crisp right now, aren't they? I mean, some of these individuals, some of the shots, obviously Woxic, no real surprise at all, but Calix has been hitting some crispy ones. You might be able to see it off as well. In a bit of an off angle, surely overlooked, and it will be. Beautiful 3K for him. Really well played. And for a turn of fire, they'll guarantee a lead at the turn of the half at the bare minimum. But the way they are playing, many more should come to see off this CT side. We mentioned 9-3 felt like kind of a nail in the coffin for Dynamo Eclot on Anubis. And it's probably going to be the same scoreline here. Second tack pause used, and you can understand why. They know that this game, and not only the game, the series and a Pro League spot is slipping away right in front of their eyes. And for Dynamo Eclot, who were brilliant against Genk, or ex-Genk, they were really, really solid against Into the Breach. They were just one more hurdle away. Unfortunately, it's just not been so far their day on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it is obviously from our perspective a little, disappointing. We were expecting a really, really solid game here, and it just hasn't presented itself so far. There's obviously still time, even in the first half. Yes, they've taken the lead again, and yes, Eternal Fire moving into that second half, exactly the same as the first map, will be in control. But like I say, there's still room. It's just difficult to say that for Dynamo Eclot right now. They have to pull a massive shift at the tail end of the half.
So, Respawn going to come through towards bottom banana. They can hear as well that they're primarily against pistols, and of course, as we know with hindsight, only against the old pistols. Bit of damage being dealt towards Detour. Armor is not really a thing for them. Bit of a luxury that only Kafida has. As Haneke's falls, he's struggled to get to this game, but Kafida's really struggled to have any impact. 0-9 he currently stands. Yet to get a frag. He's hoping the Tech 9 can bail him out. He's playing entry over towards top banana. And it's Major. He's looking to force him to go 0-10.
They're on the way, or they were on the way B, just, again, trying to feign some presence, right? Difficult at this stage to find any kind of an opening for Dynamo Eclot. A couple players down, right? You can't really go for the overwhelm play anymore. Looks like Detour is attempting to dig for information, maybe sell some kind of a fake towards A. Meanwhile, a contact on B with 25 seconds left, so they definitely will be going here with that bomb. Missed shot from Woxic. Still not enough, of course, to distract away the B players. Great timing from Zantares to figure it out, and a fantastic little flash setup for Major. Easy does it. Easy does it. 9th round comes in, and again, looking very simple. You know, they look good against the rifle rounds, good against the half-by rounds. It's just not quite perfect, but pretty damn good Counter-Strike, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, you're going to hate to beat a man while he's down in the way it is, but 0-10 with 3 ADR for Kafida. There's a few kind of pretty glaring issues starting to crop up here. Yeah, they're in a very, very worrisome state, all things considered. None of the individuals showing up here. 9-3. Yes, they go back into another buy. Turn of fire. They've got their boot on the jugular. What a shot from Woxic. Anika's no chance at range as he has his head ripped off.
On 4. Not the worst look in the world for Dynamo Eclot, but again, they find themselves a man down. Seems an all too common occurrence there. A simple burst towards B is effective enough to take down Zantares. Major got to be careful, confident to take the fights. Still a man advantage for Eternal Fire on the retake, but they've given some space. They've given some time for a reset to occur. They're going to look to play together in the ruins area. Detour on the angle. Here's him at CT, of course. Utility to come round. They have to be expecting someone in the ruins spot for sure, man. Calix takes that first face. Wow, can do no wrong right now. In for his 15th kill of the half. Just Kafida against 3. He's got none so far. This is going to be a difficult one for him. He finds himself on the board with Cadia. Sprays him down. It's labored. It's difficult, but they do get it done. Is there enough time on the defuse?
Close.
This is awfully close. I think they've just about got it, but my goodness. If only here, I don't think that one happens.
Yeah, just as well as the the bomb light goes green. The turn off fire will find a 10th, but they were made to work for that one. At least Kafida gets off the board. But again, still, it's all well and good. Bomb plants, kills for the individuals. But it's not rounds on the board, and that's really all we care about. This is getting dire. I think it's actually gone past the point of dire. 10-3. It's worrying. Boost over. Woxic spotting 1. Re-peeking in. He wants to take this 5. We know he can hit the shot. He did it last round. Detour, huge nade damage for him. Woxic in the orb goes aggro, and Woxic finds yet another kill. And down goes Detour.
Man alive. Yeah, they're just hitting a groove, you know what I mean? Like, the last round is the closest that Dynamo Eklot have come in a long, long time. The fact that Eternal Fire win it just gives them, like, a newfound confidence. The gods of Counter-Strike are firmly on their side. Fantastic defense so far. A little aggressive in places in this round as well. It's kind of a mix-up. We've not seen Eternal Fire move off of the sites an awful lot. So, yeah, something new for Eklot to deal with, and they couldn't. Oh, man, and a well-timed smoke. Execute comes down. They're going to try and go for it here. Zantares is waiting on a flash. Major actually flashed himself in. Zantares to join. And an easy cleanup comes through. Eklot looking dejected and out of ideas right now.
And it's looking like this is going to be, well, a very quick map 2 if things continue on this sort of trajectory in comparison to what we saw. We had a bit of a slog on Anubis. It was tough for Eternal Fire to win that. Not even breaking a sweat here. 11-3 heading into the 15th and final. The buy is uncomfortable to say the least for Dynamo Eklot. We see a triple Mac 10, a Galil AK. Danik is wielding the premium rifle. He needs a miracle here. Vida trying to go up close. Mollied off, has to play up in front of it. I could push the smoke here potentially. Mage needs to be careful. Nade in hand. Thankfully, I think he had support around the corner.
Woxic, first one to open up once again. This guy is just absolutely flying right now. 21-2. I don't think I've seen a scoreline quite that dominant in a long, long time. Now being somewhat tested here. Wicadia doesn't quite know where to look. 3 versus 3. Dynamo Eklot. Very rarely do they find themselves in an even situation, but it falls by the wayside quite quickly. Zantares. Away. Should be able to find this. He does so indeed as he holds mouse 1. 12-3. Eternal Fire looking for the clean 2-0 here. And I, for one, feel like they should be able to get it. The second half will decide how this one pans out.
And welcome back. What a one-sided first half. 12-3 in favor of Eternal Fire on Dynamo Eclot's map pick. Now, Eternal Fire already have a map under their belt too. They are just 4 rounds away from a Pro League spot in Season 18, and a pistol round here would more or less confirm it.
Dynamo Eclot not phased. Looking to get confident. 3 pushing into the apartments. Centaurus, though, on his trusty Julies. 1, 2, 3. At the shooting range right now. Far too easy. Valencio's still alive on the site. They're not quite expecting him, but he just can't find them flying down from the apartments. Kafida. 1 kill for him. He's going to need to times that by 5, but I don't even think he will be moving anywhere near the A-bomb site right now. Unfortunate. He's dedicated to his crack angle. He's like, someone's coming, B. Yeah. Someone's coming. There's got to be a guy on the lurk, surely.
Surely. Unfortunately for him, unlikely unless you can kind of see somewhat of a lurking presence wrapping around. But yeah, isn't going to be given all too much here. Yeah, it's been a one-sided affair to the least. Antar's going to go poke it over. He wants that 4K. 13 rounds confirmed now for Eternal Fire. Feed will get his 1. Saving the KD at the very least. Go for the Julies as well. I think he may have been heard spotted to the right-hand side. He gets another kill. So they're all consolations and silver linings. But it is still a 10-round buffer. Eternal Fire hold. And surely this one starts to be chalked up as well. Dynamo Eclot have just not shown up to play at all in towards map number 2. Their pick, but with it being Inferno, such an even map that everybody knows how to play. It's a risk, and the risk versus reward is not paying off at the moment.
Yeah, maybe could have seen the Ancient from them.
Yeah.
That's what they picked yesterday against Into the Breach. So, you know, the options were there. Let me just have a double check of the veto. I don't know whether... okay, Eternal Fire banned it away. Right.
Yeah.
I did have a feeling as soon as I said that there may well be a ban in place, a reason as to why it wasn't picked. As you say, Inferno, a map that everybody kind of knows how to play. Eternal Fire, some pretty decent experience on this map. So, yeah. And it seems to be flowing quite well for them, actually. It was a map that they played against Looking for Org just yesterday. So, and it was 16-5 there. Mm-hmm. So it seems like they are feeling pretty confident on it. And yeah, I think rightfully so. Looking
damn good. Granted. Slow around it. Then a fight. Looking back for towards A, it's absolutely the right call. You look at the Eklot side, they went for a gamble stack towards B for their lead. Just Anakin alone over towards A. And yeah, unfortunately, being smoked out from library, the scouts can have no effect. I will probably just assume a full save here. Nobody's sticking around. Just reset and go again in towards round number 18 because they're still not going to have money regardless. Towards the next. Bomb goes down. And that will be the round. You can see everybody congregating over towards B from the CT side as they save and hold. What a showing. Eternal Fire not letting up at all. It's making sure they see this one off and confidently too. They let it slip a little bit at times on towards Anubis. Thankfully, we were able to close it out, but it wasn't without a bit of hardship behind it. This one, none of that here. We could have an extremely quick map number 2. This would be the quickest map we've had all tournament.
Yeah.
Well, from us casting personally, but even actually potentially generally, I think Eternal Fire said it.
Yeah, I think
yeah, 16-5, right? Yesterday against the French boys. So right now they're on track to beat it.
Pretty nasty. Pretty nasty. Yeah, there's not a lot of room here for Dynamo Eklot. Of course, as noted, as is obvious, they won't have to eco things out. So they will have some kind of a buy in all these rounds to battle for their survival. And they're actually opting to spend money into this one. Rather than hold their pistols and their scout, they have actually bought up a little, although MBQ, and in particular Kafida hasn't. Kafida's only got dualies, which are really not stereotypical to your rifle rounds. Detour tries to go in with a flash there, I believe. Zantares, though, able to dodge it and just survives. And I mean, that kind of sums it up, doesn't it? You know, they are able to take these fights and win them, even if it's just by a hair, but they're just not losing gunfights.
It's also just such audacity, isn't it? Confidence for Zantares. He's taking that fight with full expectation. He's not going to struggle at all. Exactly what he gets. Splash going to come through over towards top mid. Nobody showing face, at least early doors. 2-2 split left for Dynamo Eklot. 2 remaining on A. Have got a real tough job here. Because of Valencio, post up. Playing towards the site, but the bomb's not committed at all, so they still could go towards B if they won.
Utility towards A. On the way. Rotations have got to come into this A bomb site and fast, but you can see with the widespread major in particular, they have great control of A now, particularly to cut off those rotations. Just wait for some of the utility to go down before they make their move in. No rush. No danger. Major holding the line. Nice little smoke. Keep those rotations away from him. NBQ is close to the action here. And ORKS going to be good for 1. NBQ charges forward for 2, though, on the MG9. He's now swapped up to an AK. Can't survive it. Is it enough for the scout to deal with Woxic with the instant trade? Oh, tense. It is close, but Eternal Fire, thanks to that early opener, are able to find themselves map, series, and of course, Pro League point.
Yeah, 1 more point. That Pro League spot. And you got to say as well, deserved. From the way in which they've played so far, it's been an emphatic performance. Exactly what we want to see out of this sort of caliber of team. Eternal Fire, who have gone through a myriad of roster changes over the last 12 months. Found one that seems to be working pretty damn well. 9, double FAMAS, and then 4 on an AWP to try and deny the CT7. And they can pop shot the AWP has no success, but Detour does. Zantares falls.
Okay. Might be the first time in like 10 rounds that we've seen Dynamo Eklot be the ones to find the early kill, get away, and have a fully fledged 5v4. So, an unfamiliar feeling for Eternal Fire to recover back. I'm now curious what Dynamo Eklot do with this as well. They've gone deep in towards Banana. Looking for some control and looking to solidify their position. Meanwhile, Eternal Fire have waited patiently, contacting in towards Banana. They kind of know what's up, but the crossfire is just way too strong over here. Woxic does well to find the double. Surely too difficult of a mission. CT smoke comes in. ORKS rings off a shot. Woxic doesn't really know what to do from here. Going to try and fake it out and hoping that some kind of a push comes towards him. He's not ready for these Banana players, though, is he? Oh my goodness, clean spray down though. You do have to be careful. About 30 seconds, and you can see they're very nervous, very, very nervous, not wanting to give the space across, or the fights, of course. They go for the plant. Here comes the move, and Valencio will take him. ORKS tried to go bold with it, but it doesn't work out. Dynamo Eclot surviving.
Yeah, not bad. Not a bad round at all. Just to mention as well, something that I just completely overlooked. ORKS 26-3. What a performance he's been having so far. And I thought, you know, if anyone was going to pull that off right now, it would be that man there. 121 ADR, a lights out performance. Dynamo Eclot on tobacco on their own. And it should be back-to-back rounds for them as well, just considering that the buy is so minimal. Unless Major's got something up his sleeve at range. Just a Glock. ORKS got the Deagle, though. Zantares got close and personal with that hero AK. Take towards A. Zantares can have an opener. It's absolutely on. He just flooded them towards the site. They've lost Banana control here. So you can see already, Kafida and Detour, they can take some early space down towards Banana and force, essentially, a turn of 5 to a full retake there, which is always an awkward one.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be a kind of a fake out here, isn't it? Ooh, Zantares, though, he does get an inkling. I was going to say, Kafida on the jump peak usually is like, oh, there's only one guy here. It's kind of like a bait setup, as it were. But unfortunately, I don't think he really got spotted. So they didn't sell that fake out. No armor for any of the other players. So the M4 is useful, but not as good as it could be. Wicadia going to go down. There's a chase from Calix. Oh, he can't get the kill. So damn close. Kafida, meanwhile, back of the site. Trying to work with the smoke. Zantares takes him. Left low. MBQ, meanwhile, looking for the plant. Valencio. Thank goodness for the AK MBQ as well with the spam down. Going to cancel that plant, leaving 5 HP. Zantares to win the game. You'd say surely not. And ORKS has got the line here. And, well, Zantares is somewhat aware. Trying to change up his angle, avoid the AWP, but in doing so, he makes for an easy kill on Valencio's part. Another survival round. Of course, not expecting too much from that one with the Eternal Fire buy. A lot more work to do before we start believing here for Dynamo Eclot.
Yeah, still made actually relatively expensive, all things considered. When they had, you know, pistols, like one hero AK, Zantares made a pretty decent little run with it. Back into the majority full buy. I was going to say Major. Yeah, okay, back into the Mac 10 for him. Double Mac 10 coming out for Wicadia and Major. Triple AK in support. Anika's got the AWP at range. They might not take that fight. Then again, knowing Woxic, he also might. Head spotted now, though. That's a problem. Yeah, Anika's spotted just a cat, and it was enough to hold the angle, trained on it. So a flash brilliant from Major. Gives Zantares some space up towards B, and actually leaves Kafida here all alone.
What can he get done? Only the one frag. He does some decent damage, though, to be fair to him. Is it going to be enough? Wild spray through the smoke. Comes close. Only one bullet needed to land onto Calix, but it doesn't make it. Aggressive play from Valencio here. He's flashed through. I like the idea. They needed to do something, but he is, of course, dealt with it now. And ORKS, man of the hour, not having the best game. Only 8 kills for him. Peeks up. Stays cool for the first. Alex knows where he is, but an ORKS creeps round to find him first. Lovely 1v2 for the AWPer.
Absolutely. It's still alive. Dynamo Eclot putting full buy rounds on the board. You can't really complain about that at all. However, we still need more. We still need consistency, but we'll absolutely take whatever we can get for the time being. No bomb plant. No fire. No funds once again. Down in towards the pistols. At least they have a little bit of armor to work with and a whole host of utility alongside it. But the expectation is still Dynamo Eclot up to a 7th here. Unless something magical does happen. Data comes through. Not all that much, but MDQ's gone aggro. He's dropped the bomb. He's dropped it twice, in fact. And Anakiz has found one of his own. Swing from Major to answer back, but surely only consolations.
Yeah, looks like he's delivered here in towards mid. Just Major. They've got a vague idea of his position as well, so should be able to deal. Ooh, some nice shots here. That one's a little close as well. Hoping for another fight here. Flash is ineffective against an ORKS, though. So well handled. you just feel like with a scoreline like this, the slip-up eventually comes in, right? Someone gets a double entry or whatever on the Eternal Fire side, and yeah, it should. Over in the blink of an eye, Dynamo Eclot just delaying the inevitable for now.
Yeah, it feels like it, right? I don't think there's any conversation want to come back at all until Dynamo Eclot gets like 15-12. Then we can maybe start talking about it. But that's not when, it's if. Right now, it feels so unlikely. Not impossible. It's highly, highly, highly improbable. They were able to pull that off. That's one of the best comebacks all year. He just spams for smokes, and Torres takes no prisoners. Detour gets depleted.
Might just be it. Might just be the one that they need. MBQ, though, pushing down mid. Very quick here. Ooh, could have come away with a little bit more. Major able to get around the corner and escape him. They do have a quick flank coming in, as it were, but they'll be aware of it now. They've got control of the B site itself as well. Trying to spam down, but it doesn't happen. And Torres goes unchecked. Big kill, big pressure. Tag from the AWP, I believe. All the same, 4 versus 3 to survive here. Utility coming in, Major. Looking to join his teammate, maybe play around this smoke as well. This B bomb site might be so difficult. So many angles. Great flash towards CT, and Anarquez is out of ammo on the repeat. Oh no, Mac 10 on high to seal the deal. Just Gafida. Not enough HP, not enough angles that he can deal with. And that'll be the 2-0 for Eternal Fire coming in, and our first team securing their spot in Season 18 of Pro League.
Congratulations to Eternal Fire. Deserved making their way towards Pro League. What a tournament from them. It's been only a very short showing, but didn't drop a map the entire way through. You've got to give them the credit, man. Well played from them. They have been seriously, seriously dominant. Not only yesterday, but now, of course, today again. Map 1, a little bit slow maybe in that second half to get started, but close it out. But they took no prisoners when it came towards Inferno. Well played. This side are looking, you know, seriously scary going in towards Pro League, because you've not only got the likes of the big hitters, your Xantares and your Walks to getting shot. Calix is looking seriously good as well. Wicadia, the youngster, also looking like a talent. This is a side you maybe have to keep an eye on going towards Pro League. They could cause a couple of upsets. But also, Scrib, it's not the only game we've got today as well. We've got one more team to the side.
Yes, that is very true. That is indeed very, very true. We'll obviously kind of catch up with that one. It's the Orcs up against Saw a little later on. Yeah, I mean, to just sort of touch on the points that you're making, I think Eternal Fire actually look really, really good. There's been many different iterations of this team. Woxic in, Woxic out, Calix out, Major out, right? You know, it's been a weird few months, and they've been working very hard, I think, to try and find the correct mix. And it does feel like, you know, sometimes they have this sort of honeymoon period, and then they hit the brick wall, and they're unable to get through it. Then they make a change, right? But maybe this time they stick with it. They've got completely fresh blood as well in Wicadia, who looks really good. I think he's going to be hungry for the team and affect that morale in a very, very positive light. So really looking forward to what they can bring in the near future as a team. And, you know, this might be the perfect timing for them now as well. Talk about that honeymoon period. They've just made these changes. They're just coming into playing officials with this new 5-man lineup. And I think that, yeah, Pro League might fall at the perfect time. We are going to take a break. It's going to be a little longer, probably about an hour or so before we get into that next game. Of course, we'd love to bring it forwards, but, you know, that requires a bit too much coordination for these online tournaments, unfortunately. But as mentioned, Saw versus Orcs, if you are ready and waiting for that one, it will be coming up a little later on. We shall see if the Portuguese powerhouse can take down the Polish boys, or indeed who is going to be joining the side of Eternal Fire to make it to Pro League. Nonetheless, folks, thank you very much for watching so far, and we'll see you in a bit.
in synergy, this electricity. The power of the pioneers, tearing through history. This is our destiny. We are the power. We are the change. We are the pioneers of paradise and fame. And we push you louder like hurricanes. We are the pioneers. We are the pioneers.
break up, don't speak for a couple of weeks. I'll be in his place till he calls and says he's sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper when you hit rewind. How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and he's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, but you're holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left hearing you say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue? I'm feeling kinda used, yeah, like a drug that you take when you're sick of crying all your tears away. Is that all I am? All I want is for you to be happy. You know this ain't healthy. Do I make you happy? How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and he's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, what you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left hearing you say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue? I'm doing everything he doesn't do, but I'm still not enough. Even your parents know I'm good for you, but I'm still not enough. You wanna be done with him, you're stuck with him, 'cause you don't have the guts. And after all I've done, I'm still not enough. Still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left hearing you say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue?
There's fire in the atmosphere, moving in synergy. This electricity, the power of the pioneers, tearing through history. This is our destiny. We are the power. We are the change. We are the pioneers of paradise and fame. And we push it louder like hurricanes. We are the pioneers. We are the pioneers.
Break up, don't speak for a couple of weeks. I'll be in his place till he calls and says he's sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper when you hit rewind. How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision.
I'm still not enough. You wanna be done with him, you're stuck with him, 'cause you don't have the guts. And after all I've done, I'm still not enough.
Still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue?
bringing synergy, this electricity. The power of the pioneers, tearing through history. This is our destiny. We are the power. We are the change. We are the pioneers of paradise and fame. We push you louder like hurricanes. We are the pioneers. We are the pioneers.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. We said it was going to be a little bit of a the extended break, so to say. We're about to get underway in towards our final game here in the ESL National Championship. It's only the semi-finals. The final, technically speaking, does not mean a thing. It's about qualification towards Pro League, and there's one more spot up for grabs and two teams vying for it. It's Orcs, the ex-Paloma Ignis Serping from Core, taking on Saw from Portugal. It's P versus P. And this one is going to be a banger. Scriv, how you feeling, man? We've had a relatively quick opening series, but this one could go the distance.
Yeah, we did indeed. No, I'm feeling pretty good about this. I think Saw, for me, have been slowly making a few changes, right? And breaking in these newer players and whatnot. Obviously, they were a kind of 5-man lineup of similar players for a long, long time. Removing Just recently, right, I think is a pretty big surprise. Bit of a swap around with the Movistar Riders and the FTW boys as well. And they've been looking pretty good for me, you know what I mean? They've always been a team right at the top end of Tier 2, and they always are a team that seem to qualify for events like this. So I'm looking forward to breaking into more Saw action. Meanwhile, Orcs yesterday, really, 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 really long series, really difficult one for them. But they managed to come out on top against BNE, which I don't think many people expected. So they've had a pretty good tournament so far.
Agreed. I think a lot of people, when you come into this game, Saw is the favourites just on name value alone.
Sure.
But I think there's a lot that has to be taken into account of how well Saw have been playing recently. I mean, the Gamers 8 qualifiers that were just about a week ago, Saw were in the grand final for that spot against 9. 9 ended up taking it. But it shows, I mean, considering the teams that were involved in the Gamers 8 quals, you had OG, Mouse, NIP, etc., etc. I mean, a vast majority of Tier 1 teams. Into the Breach there, the New Look, Endpoint, etc., etc. There were so many Tier 1 and upper echelon Tier 2 teams competing in that. And Saw made it all the way to the final, only losing out to 9 in the end for that spot. It just shows for me how good this Saw team actually is. They made the recent change you spoke about. They're bringing Aristosh into the roster, who was very strong on FTW. Of course, got FTW jersey right there. It was very, very good on the tournament I did, which was actually last conference, the conference about a year ago, in fact, on LAN that was. It is a very solid team. So I'm really, really liking what I'm seeing from Saw and how they're developing as a roster and actually no longer being just a Tier 2 team, but actually an elite team coming through. The way we talk about teams like Bad News Eagles or 9, who are actually starting to crop up into a few more of those kind of Tier 1 competitions. And honestly, if they get towards Pro League, I think that's kind of where they deserve to be right now.
Yeah, for sure. It does feel like, another tester at Pro League would be really good for them. As said, breaking in some newer talent, right? They had a roster that had found decent success sort of in 2020, 2021, stuck with that for a while, but they've been waiting as well, I think, for the pipeline to catch up, as it were. The sort of Iberian region doesn't have an awful lot of deep talent, to be honest, and it seems as well they want to stick specifically to Portuguese talent, which is even harder. Yeah. So, they've been waiting for that, and now we do indeed, have some younger players. Story was in the team, and then he was out of the team, and now he's back in. You Jerks really turned some heads, as you're kind of saying. But there's sort of 3 of them that they've added, a Rosdosh included in that. Very, very young players, whereas in the past, the Saw squad was relatively aged, I think it's safe to say. Roman and Mutir is still on this team, 30 and 31. So, there's still a fair amount of tenure remaining on the team, even though they've removed those 3 sort of classic players that they've had for a long time. So really, like I say, some smart moves, some aggressive moves, you might say, as well. And it does seem to be paying off. They've not necessarily broken through their ceiling that they've found in the past, but they've also not dropped below it. So I think that given a bit more time, this team could indeed continue finding success. And yeah, if they can make it through to Pro League here with this game, it would be a massive opportunity for them.
Yeah, another thing that also makes this side for me very important is they made a change in coach as well. And I think that's been a big thing. Arky, who's been kind of a legend of the kind of the Iberian region, the Spanish guy, been around for a long time. They dropped him as a coach. They brought on a new guy that of Nabawawa or Nabawao. Great name, has to be said. Yeah. But he seems to have done wonders. The last 3 months have been really solid for this team. But we can talk about their opponents as well, Orcs, or the Polish team, who so far this qualifier have looked really good. I mean, even against yesterday, Badness Eagles are a difficult team to break down. And, you know, it took overtime in 2 out of 3 maps, but they're able to do it yesterday. That OT in that third map as well really showed what they're all about. They have the fatigue. They have the longevity. I saw Taz doing a tweet about them this morning as well, saying they're a side to keep an eye out for, and they've been playing really solidly these last couple of days. I think Saw have got their work cut out. Just before we go live into the game, why don't we have a little quick run through that of the Veto. Nuke, of course, as you see on your screens, is where we're going to be kickstarting things. This was picked by Orcs. Following that, Saw have picked in towards Vertigo. And if we needed, Inferno is our decider. One more Pro League spot on the line. Ladies and gents, let's see you again soon.
Last round us off. We're going to get straight down the vents on the Orc side of things. Not messing around. Classic vent dive. You jerks. First line over on this B-bomb site. Taking an extended fight. Gap going to close. He's low on ammo here, so has to be very careful. They are hunting him profusely. He will eventually go down. There has been a kill in the interim, though. Meanwhile, SNX on this flank could be absolutely massive. I don't think that he has been considered at all. There's 2 players on the ramp. Going to try and find them both. Spots out. Story got the information, but he knows there might be a bit more available to him here. However, as the action starts to come through, take those kills, bolster the man advantage. 4 versus 2, and now 4 versus 0 as soon as I get that out. So an incredibly aggressive and successful starting pistol.
It all comes down to just the pace of what they set, right? You know, we're looking at that, and we're looking at the classic vent dive, but it's all about tempo. It's all about making sure that Saw don't set up their CT holds, or at least set them up effectively. That's exactly what we see there. Really well played, really solid start. And it's just about a bit of a statement to be made, in fact, by Orc off the back of just a round 1. A fairly conclusive buy for them. We're seeing this with a triple AK-47, double MAC-10 all around it. KC finds the opener. Veggie as well with the forward. The force buy for Saw. They don't have the firepower to compete. This will probably just be a save call.
Yeah, I would imagine so, especially when you got this FAMAS in play, right? It didn't have an opportunity to do anything in this round, but still threatens an awful lot moving forward. So yeah, it does make sense to just hold off. Pretty solid stuff, though, from the Orcs. Fast and aggressive. I was looking at this Veto, and I did feel like picking into Nuke, quite the risk. Quite the risk.
Yes.
It's not a bad map. It's one of Saw's most played maps, in fact. So yeah, Orcs are going to have to bring a pretty solid A game into this one, particularly with the home map at the moment of Vertigo coming up next. So yeah, pretty scary in that sense for the side of Orcs. And I do feel, right, when we talk about individual prowess and whatnot, I think Saw are at the top end of that in this matchup.
One of those situations as well for Orcs where I kind of respect in a way is picking for yourself, right? It's picking for what makes you comfortable rather than what makes your kind of opponent uncomfortable. Rather than going for kind of deep counter strats and deep counterplay, it's just trying to rely on what's got you to this point, what's got you to within 1 best of 3 from making your way, of course, to Pro League. We are going to see a very early tack pause here, have to be said. Called in what is a somewhat throwaway round, so technically speaking, they could have even just used this round as a kind of attack pause without calling attack pause, but we'll see. Scout FAMAS Deagle is what Saw have to work with. Alongside that, not really all too much. They're buying in towards the next, so we'll see exactly what it's all about. For now, though, this round shouldn't really amount to all too much. If they can get a little bit of the old couple of consolation kills to be nice, but we're not expecting all to. So, hoping they go into that 4th round smoothly, have the rifles to work with, and all is good.
Yeah, smooth being the kind of optimal word, I suppose. Because of that save. There is still some danger, so they've got to watch out. Looking to move in pretty fast again, this time towards the ramp area. U-Jerks gets a pesky little smoke down, but they still have a very wide breadth of control here on the Orcs side. Rosdosh on high. Awkward to deal with. He's found one. He's looking for a little more. Be good if he could stay alive, though, and just allow the defense to bolster itself. U-Jerks goes down to a Mach 10. So back down to a 4 versus 4. Mutiris down below. This could get scary.
Bomb. Over towards Casey. Casey, definitely one of the most important factors in what makes his team successful. Aristosh falling. Surely now all done. Made noise dropping, but it's all a feint. It's all a bait. That's the drop. Oh, but SNX was just too keen to it. Famas going to test him. 1 point of HP, just about makes it alive. But a no-scope on the ladder from Story says otherwise. We said if they can make it expensive, it would be nice. And they're doing exactly that.
I'm not quite sure. Now they will be that the bomb has kind of gone down. They were on somewhat of a guessing game. I think Story is looking to save. I was just waiting for a second. You know, they just getting out of there. Again, scoped weapon into the next round. Definitely what he'll want to work with. And then Mutiris has got a FAMAS, which is also workable. So maybe we would have liked to see them go for it, but playing a safe game at the early stages. Not taking too many risky moves, I suppose, is the order of the day on this one.
So, this is the round that makes the most kind of early importance. We saw the tac balls called just prior to the round just gone. This is kind of what they were preparing for. This first full buy round has to be pretty emphatic in Alpha Sort. You are going to see that comfortable buy that we talk about. Open play, M4's alongside it. Aristosh, the only one with the going for the M4. U-Jerks into a FAMAS. For, as I've been told, I think this is, I'm about 99% sure of this. I got told this. Aristosh, the name, means sweet rice. Like what we would call rice pudding.
Yeah.
Aristosh, sweet rice. Let's see if we can get a sweet couple of kills in this round with the M4A4 for him. And up close over towards the A side.
U-Jerks, meanwhile, FAMAS in hand. Olim just going to go walking through the smoke, wins out the fight. What we saw from Orcs yesterday, they were really, really happy to take 1v1s against the BNE boys, and they found a lot of success there. It was tight. It was hard against a team like that, but I think Saw play a bit more around the setups on their CT side, so certainly could be difficult for that CTN, but when Story's going to hit shots like that, maybe not.
4 versus 4. Both sides. Already had kind of bits of information. Oliver's taking some serious damage too, as he now holds and waits for overextension. I don't think Saw will give them all too much right now. They're happy just to sit back a little bit. All of that passive playstyle. Util coming over. That's outside smokes being set up. Mutiris going to hold still. Wait for someone to maybe peek in his favor. Now does have to be careful. It's the L smokes though. That works well for him. Smokes off config, smokes off over towards hell, but him in garage, Veggie could be in a little bit of trouble. Unless he just sneaks past.
Oh, they start to dissipate. Not quite in time though. Mutiris does get the trade in at the very least, and Rosdosh knows what's coming. Triple spray down. There's your sweet frags that you were looking for, my friend. Saw will secure the first round off the back of his triple.
There we go, the sweet rice. A lovely round from him, has to be said. M4, it's a very good position to have an M4 as well. There's all these conversations when we were having, you know, the deliberation, I guess you could call it, between the M4A1S and the M4, where you go, where you lean. And a lot of people are saying you're playing those anchor sight positions, but an M4A4 is good just for the extra bullets, a little bit extra, more kind of firepower too. It's a prime example of those extra bullets allowing him for the multi-frags with the Story. Very aggro with the AWP here. Don't mind this. Looking for early information towards our side. He's going to spot nobody's here.
Just have to be careful. Looks like there's a push play from Story coming in. Meanwhile, over at ramp, I think Ujerks is about to get a nasty surprise. Wow, this positional change-up is so opportune. Absolutely wild. If he'd stuck around, I think he goes down kind of instantly. But now he has a chance to find a weird little angle. Only picks up one, though. He has gained a lot of info. Roman down. Nice and fast. Ahead of the Molotovs here. Ooh, they might not be ready for him. A lot of noise that fire makes as well. So he has got himself into a pretty sneaky spot. Milky goes down outside meanwhile. Olymp looking to use the door. Roman can't quite find him, but forces Olymp into a really weird fight. The dink lands through the wall, I believe. So therefore, he's not finished off. Still a 3 versus 3. Totally doable here. 3-on-2 moving through as they're trying to be fluid and flexible in that retake on the CT side of things. Veggie holding towards the door. SNX has come down the vents as well. This is speedy. This is aggressive. Arozdosh does well to find one, leaving just SNX to clutch up. Molotov comes in. He gets the player off the bomb, and there's not enough time for the defuse. Story might even struggle to survive here. All the same, they will come away with that 4th round on the side of Orcs, just by the skin on their teeth.
And it all comes down to timing. Simple, effective, but they just deny that bomb getting defused. If they had a kit, different story, but they didn't on a full buy, or at least the kit on hand. And that's absolutely cost them. First pause is going to be called by Orcs off the back of winning their round. They, generally speaking, will be fine in terms of an investment. The only one who really struggle here is going to be Casey. Maybe goes down in towards a Galil. 1.8k. He can afford that with armor. Could have a Mac 10 if he wants extra util too. We'll see. Reggie got the AK out. All him in towards a Galil. Yeah, so it is a slightly lesser buy. I'm assuming with this sort of investment for Orcs, especially off the back of winning a round, might see something a little bit higher in terms of tempo, let's say. A little bit of a quicker one, especially the double Mac 10s in play. Milky might even go into a Mac 10 himself, potentially. So it allows them to really get up in the face of Saw, make them uncomfortable. That's what they've been doing so far so well. And as Nuke T-size go, this is really not a bad start at all. I think Orcs are performing pretty excellently on a map in which we were a little bit concerned about, just considering that Saw don't mind it.
Spamming through smokes here. However, the rush coming in from that main side of Hook. This time around, no triple spray down. So much damage done, but the kills just don't come off for Saw. First play from Orcs is absolutely perfect. Sweet and simple.
Save call. They've gone away, right? You're coming into this and you're looking at the kind of investment, considering that Orcs come in, they've got double Mac 10. They've got 2 real premium rifles to work with. Milky brought in a Deagle. He's upgraded it to an M4, and it's really not bad at all. 5-1 is the scoreline. Pretty comfortable little start here. So on Ujerks, we'll just keep hold of what they've got. AWP, staying alive is a priority. MP9, I mean, maybe could have gone poking or prodding. Some of these guys are pretty low. But a lot of it's unconfirmed damage too. Opting against it. Buying, again, not exactly the easiest of discipline. They might just go down to pistols or the upgraded pistols around what was saved. Give them money to buy in towards the next. Orcs are pulling away. Normally, we always talk about a script when we cast that of Nuke. We talk about the T-side. We say the golden number of 6. You can get 6 rounds on your T-side of Nuke. You at least set yourself up okay. And then, you know, with a pistol round and all the rest, you're on track for a bit of a winner here. And Orcs are on track for exactly that. Unless Sweet Rice got a different idea. Lovely 1D for him. Orc comes through this shot on the second attempt, but he's still alive. Only momentarily.
Giving them a chance into this one, though, haven't they? Ujerks catches the back of Milky. Leaving SNX to clutch up. He's got to retrieve that bomb is the big key thing here. You know, he's slipped the net himself, but yeah, the bomb. A very awkward spot. SNX Creeping out through hoping a positional change. Might be able to get a catch. Finds the first, not ready for the second. Surely now 4 HP is not enough. Even the spam through the hook comes a bit close. Ujux faking the jump down. SNX faking the run away. You know, there's mind games galore here. But no one player wants to bite. No one player is moving in aggressively at this point in time. Just wait patiently. SNX hoping a fight comes his way. It's not going to happen, Ujux. I think it's just happy to let the bomb go down.
Yeah. The best thing, really, Ujux can do here is just not show face. He knows there's damage being dealt on towards SNX. All he has to do is hold and wait for an opportunity. SNX will go down towards B. So at the very least, he'll get a plant here. And answer the tally of how does he set himself up into the post plant. Gonna have to make noise open the door. I don't think Ujux will hear it. No, I am mistaken. Down he goes. Upgrade to an M4. Opting against that as well. Scoops up the AK. Now we begin. 1 bullet is all that's needed. A graze on towards SNX and he's out of this with 4 points of HP. He's got no util. But Ujux has got no kit. Steps made. Waiting an opportunity. Crack angle as well on the right hand side. He shifts round. He might get it behind. SNX. 4 points of HP in a 1 versus 2. And he wins Orcs yet another round.
Ridiculousness. Absolute ridiculousness again. Oh my goodness. They are winning some of these rounds really by an inch, you know what I mean? So you have to feel for them with how close some of these are coming. All the same, tactical timeout taken. And a decent look for the T side. There's your golden number. 6 already hit. Potential for a lot more. Potential for a lot more here. So I think will be annoyed with themselves after that one. They probably also appreciate the timeout here for a bit of a cool off and a chat about moving forwards. But yeah, this is pretty difficult scenes at the moment for the CT side. They have to pick up some rounds here and just prove that they can do so, I think.
I think they need to boost their confidence, right? Sora in a very rough predicament. Right now, it's not looking comfortable. It's not looking clean at all. Orcs have got a very good number, a very good read on Sora's game plan right now, which is not expected. In a sense, or at least this dominant. Well, smoke's coming towards our side. Third to follow suit as well. So the classic outside smoke's being dropped there. Orb story at range. Yes, the positive sign you could say. So they've got loss bonus and they've got story hitting 1 shot, but only 1. Milky trades.
Decent shot though, and indeed gets them kind of back into the round, gets them some all-important control. Roman is once again down below, but at the moment, his best James Bond impression. Can he find a new role? No, he can't. He goes down to 8. Not a single kill coming in for the old guard, and with him falling, I think they want to save now.
Well, I thought they were, you know, going over towards that C spawn. With 3, going to give it a go. I know they maybe got a little bit of unconfirmed damage, or if it's just an exit play. As the bomb ticks, it sort of looks like an exit play. So maybe not the worst thing, I guess.
Maybe if they found someone in the back halls or whatever, they'd go for it. But obviously there's no one here, so no chance.
Yeah, nobody comes their way. So everybody's surviving there in the post-plant scenario. Still doesn't really make a difference in what is overall a brilliant display right now from Orcs. It will continue to say it because the scoreline not really kind of depicting how dominant a lot of these rounds have actually been. There's not been too much of a contest from sort. They've had their moments where they're getting frags, but they're losing every clutch. Finding little to no success when it comes to opening jewels as well. It is a rough scenario to be in. Going to come through. Standard smoke in front of main as well. Gives them space out single door if they want to go for it. Gives them the opportunity as well. Drop down towards vent. Something which they've done before. So Saul will be wary.
Still quite a start into this round. We've seen quite a few of the recent rounds. There'll be an early fight. There'll be early carnage. But this one a bit slower with the outside execute. Still Orcs looking play cheeky around these smokes. Sirius's position somewhat known. Roman definitely giving his away. Nice find on the A1S. Story is in for a kill of his own. Trades are there, however. 3 versus 3. Roman still not quite spotted, I don't think. Again, as yet to be on the board, so would really like to see him find a kill, and it's getting to a point where, you know, you get in your own head with it. Absolutely. And, yeah, start to doubt your own ability, so he's going to get kind of nervy every time he takes a duel here.
Gotta keep that confidence for him, right? Just hope he can put himself, and there it is, breaks their personal deadlock, and it might be the team deadlock for Saul. And he make it a second case the other ideas, rips his head off. Back to a 2 versus 2, but time is ticking. Boy, oh boy, 25 seconds. They got to go here and now. They don't really have a clear path. Olim's got to find this kill, and he doesn't. And surely the round going to be going the way of the Portuguese.
That was the big one. That was the big one. KC creeping in. Yeah, just too many angles to check. Will go down. Saw back on the board. Can they get more in a row? That's actually a very costly round for them as well, so certainly tough moving forwards. They need to find some clean ones. Meanwhile, Orcs, actually not as much cash as you would think.
Yeah. I think that's where, interesting. I guess maybe how expensive the rounds, even when they've been winning, they've actually been taking like 3 to 4 casualties a lot of the time. So that's where it's come back to bite them a little bit. Then last time on this sort of buy with the double max end, they won it triumphantly. So I'm going to count them out by any means. Once again, outside presence being shown very early here by the Mac 10. SX just flying.
Absolutely wilding. They're going in quite quick, though. Casey looking for some early frags. Oh, my goodness. He's able to get a double SNX, meanwhile. Finds a kill outside. 4v2. Make it 1. They've rolled through them on the A-bomb site. At the moment, they have these quick A bursts in their back pocket, and I think Saw can't really deal. And Orcs are able to just go back, rely on them, and find these pocket rounds when they need them.
Yeah, it's quite a simple bit of kind of reliance, isn't it? Just a thing of, right, even now, bring out the Mac 10 and just step up the pace a little bit. Let's just not allow Saw to get comfortable in terms of their CT setups. And that's happened quite a lot. I mean, you got to respect people at SNX, right? It's so ballsy from him just to be flying out carelessly towards our side with a Mac 10. He's going through molly, he's going through smokes, but it's all about A, gathering information, but B, again, right, just making this a uncomfortable scenario for the Portuguese roster to be in, and that's exactly what's happening. We were heaping on the praise over towards Saw coming in towards this game, just how well they've played in this tournament, but also in terms of you know, the Gamers 8 quals not too long ago, and prior to the player break, how well they were starting to climb the ranks. So this is a side who, with how well they've been developing recently, you'd look towards maybe being one of those kind of dark horses that get towards the RMR, the way, you know, sides like Aurora have done in the past a few times. Unfortunately now, number 26 ranked team in the world are getting absolutely battered.
Kind of shocking to see, to be honest. You know, I really was not expecting things to be this one-sided. They're also a really solid CT side, usually.
Yeah.
I don't know. Orcs got their number today. SNX takes a lot of damage through the smoke there. This is decent from Roman, to be fair, on the MP9. No kill for him, but he set a couple up for easy pickings later on. Meanwhile, U-Jerk's pushing through, excuse me, finding a lot of information. And actually a frag. So here we go. This gets interesting.
The opener, despite the lesser firepower, but it's all really good on the opener. Look at the control, look at the space, the map that Orcs have got to work with now. Saul will understand this. Saul will know that they've lost all outside control. They've shown no presence there. With a lack of presence everywhere else, it's kind of process of elimination, so to say. They have to be so wary of their flanks all the time. Veggie's so wary of pushing into a potential MP9 around the corner. You can kind of understand the hesitance.
He can get it. Yeah, he definitely can get it. Big kill. U-Jerks gets caught in the vents. And now the game up. They are bursting towards B here. Story, though, around the corner. Quick frag onto the bomb, importantly. Max 10 to try and track him down. Oh, my goodness. That HP difference is huge. Traitor's still here, but there's no time. There's no time to retrieve the bomb and get the plant. Just keep them at bay. Make sure you don't go down. And a chaotic win for Saw, but they will be happy to take it. Veggie goes down after time as well. So the money is messed up now for that T side.
Yeah, just to make matters worse, right? Insult to injury there for Veggie going down after time. Saw finding maybe a little bit late, but a bit of form here in towards this first half. It's all about now kind of trying to transfer confidence over in towards the second half. If they can go in with a fairly okay-ish performance, I'm talking minimum 6 rounds from Saw, then we can talk about confidence on them. Milky and the Orb going for an early peak. The Molotov will force him away. UJX going back to a position he's been holding time after time, but also a position he's struggled within. This time, though, it's primarily against the close-range weapons of the Tech 9s and the Mac 10s.
First to come through here. Nice Molotov from UJX. He's actually sticking around to try and take the fights as well. Should go down. Ooh, on his side. What's happened here? Olim didn't get him. That's a bit weird. Nonetheless, 5 versus 3. And UJX able to survive is kind of the big thing for me. I thought he was going to get overwhelmed, but no, they don't pick him off. So he will make it out. Milky taking down Story, however. Decent nade for UJX here, but Olim gets the better of him. Picking apart the CT defense. Muteris the next line. Difficult one to deal with. Spotted out. They're trying to overwhelm him with the numbers. They will eventually do so, but at the very least, he keeps it even. He doesn't go down fast. He doesn't go down easily. And now the retake in full flow.
Yeah, this round should have been closed out by Saw 10 seconds ago. They let it slip. Slight overextension. The Orcs never should be peeking there for Story. Thankfully, Aristosh, the new boy, stepping up to bring the numbers back in favor for them. It's all down to Milky. He's on for a quad clutch if he can convert this round. One will go down with just shy of 20 seconds left on that clock. Roman goes loud up ladder. Now he's heard, he's understood. And Milky Dog's just not going to peek it. I respect it. Falls away.
Let's say. Ah, damn. Can't get it, though. Clean headshot from a Rosdosh there. Saw wrestling back here. Things a little closer. Still a lot more work to be done in my book, but it is good to see that they can string a few together, right? But the thing is, you have to bear in mind, again, that one was a dodgy buy, so Orcs didn't quite have everything to work with.
It's just about improving their confidence now, isn't it, right? That's what we're saying. They've already guared that they're going to be going in towards the second half at a disadvantage. If they can just minimize what the disadvantage is looking like, all things considered, I'm not going to be complaining all too much. Right now, a couple of rounds on the trot. It's been a rarity for Saw, but it's a nicety to see them competing in this Pro League qualification game. Low buy, 4 Orcs, 1 AK, 1 Galil. They're flying out towards A. Roman going to be under pressure here. The M4 for 2 before he falls. Bolon and Veggie combine.
Gained some space on the A-bomb side. It's not quite as clean as they would like. They've actually dipped the bomb out. Oh, I think it's going to be a challenge, though. Kind of faking things out quite heavily here. They do like this, you know, draw away from a bomb site, make noise elsewhere, but you can see the Sawboy's not really moving, although Muteris dropped down from heaven. That means he can't really deny the bomb plant. They're just going to go barreling on in from heaven, though. Have to be careful. Veggie down below. Catches one. Olymp with the headshot onto Story. Or maybe a bit too confident from Saw in the 3-on-2. Now it's just one. Muteris going to be completely caught off towards heaven, trying to move in as fast as he possibly can to get these kills. His crosshair is so damn close, but he is not accurate enough. 9 rounds come through and Orcs have nicked it away.
Yeah, in that sort of buy as well. An AK and a Galil, a Mac 10, a few Tech 9s. They should never be walking away with success. Granted, they go quick, but it looked like Roman had just done enough, that double kill into his backside of A, that they would have been fine. They thought they'd be no. It is not to be. Heading into the penultimate round of the half, the best Saw can do is 6 rounds, and turning in towards the T side. Right now, Orcs are on track. Steal away Nuke, or say steal away, it's their pick, but it's a map which traditionally Saw are very good on. They just don't look like themselves right now.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Orcs again, really aggressive team on the T side. Maybe can be a bit difficult to adjust to, a bit difficult to warm up to. They're just very hard to read, I feel like. Low buy here from Saw. Attempting to do what they can.
Roman very deep into Secret. I like this position. Watching the Molotov will deny what control he can do in terms of stopping and wrapping towards A. That flash at least will buy a little bit of time. Tyr's got to go huge here. As that smoke starts to fade, he could be in trouble. Roman sets up for one, looking for more as well. Milky takes a shot. The AWP. All away. It's so tense in terms of the control. And Story, so unfortunate not to make it a double. 1 point of HP.
So unlucky. So unlucky. But it is kind of set up, right? The 1 HP, the difference, and yeah, the fact of the matter is they have that man advantage pretty solidly on the Saw side of things. So yeah, not going to be easy. They've also left themselves hardly any time on the Orc side. Calling it off, going for the save, giving Saw a 5th.
Yeah, I don't mind this call really at all. Reset, go again, right? Into what's next. They're being hunted on the way out though. Roman. Veggie being low, you thought he confirmed the kill, and 1 point of HP makes it 1 kill, but only 1. He dies after time, and that will really hinder them coming in towards the next. It's going to be a AK and AWP, and then whatever else they can muster up. Veggie, if he wants armor, he's going to be in a bit of a predicament. Thankfully, he actually gets dropped over a Tech 9. It's not the end of the world, but it is a shaky one, to say the least. But we said this, and they converted a shaky round just 2 ago. Can Orcs make a 10 at the turn of the half? Can they solidify what has been a pretty dominant display? Let's do aggro towards our side. Or to look our side, may I say.
Yeah, maybe a pickup of the pace, to be fair, from Orcs. It certainly was successful in the earlier rounds. It's kind of fallen off ever so slightly, but could be an idea. Looks like they want to try something towards ramp, and there you go. All imp on the entry. Will go down to the fire. Story's here to cover the ground. They're still coming towards him as well. This could be massive. Oh, an attempt at picking up the gun. Veggie goes down. Another one falls to the hands of Story. Just Milky and SNX. Orcs looking to solidify a solid double-digit lead, but I think it is going to slip away from them.
Yeah. 2 remaining for Orcs. It's tough. Not impossible, though. Story to fall. Opens up a little bit. 45 seconds to make a decision. They're dropping Util down to stop rotations in towards ramp from Materis individually. They might join him momentarily over towards that hell area. SNX. Swinging. Finding. Catching Materis sleeping. I'm back to a 2 versus 2. Surely not a 2 versus 4 converted.
Would be absolutely wild. We'll see. SNX is not too foreign to a clutch. Briefly just lost his teammate, however, as the nade goes down. Oh! He finds the frag. Gets the 1-tap onto Roman to finish it off. And another clutch going the way of Orcs. They have just been absolutely unstoppable in those types of situations. So unpredictable, so hard to pin down, and absolutely fearless. 10-5. Is it enough to work with? We'll see here. Saw have got to come back in the second half. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back into our second half. An explosive finish in that 15th round. Orcs, though, with a really good T-side overall. And they will be looking to pick up where they left off, keep this strength that they've been showing so far on this map in place. Oh, straight through the doors. Casey is ready. Roman for a double. Where are we going? We're headed towards the B-bomb site, down the vent. Well, they do seem decidedly unsure on that T side of things. They will manage to get the bomb down, but yeah, pretty heavily faking it out here. We'll see whether this pays off. Olymp to pick off Story. So far, not so good.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, you can kind of see for Salt, it's now in a really awkward predicament. They've got to, I say, fight. That's a good way to do it. They just can't win them out. 1 versus 2, and Roman's position is a known quantity. 68 points of HP, an ace clutch needed for him. As the bomb will go down. That's the priority. Post-plant. Just change the tides of pressure a little bit. He's going to try and bite these fights the best he can. They're playing as a group. Tagged once again. He needs a miracle here.
Tap onto the bomb. Oh, playing the safe game as well. Calling their bluff on this one. Looks to be more of a hold this time around. Milky's got his number. And 11 comes through for that CT side. Really, really strong start. Definitely not what Saul wanted. They do get the bomb down. They will have an opportunity to buy here, particularly Roman, right? Very, very rich indeed. But control for Orcs at the start of this second half. Yeah,
credit to Roman as well. You know, what has been a poor start to this game from him, right? He was, 0-8 at one point, right? It was really, really unfortunate. Things just weren't going his way. That's a good, confident pistol from him. So hopefully the T-side starts to find a bit of that form off the back of maybe him stepping up a little bit. Needing a few more to join the fray, especially their big man, U-Jerks. He is meant to be the notable name on this team. He's having a tough time out on the server so far. Orcs 6 rounds the lead. And a lovely buy for them to work with. Triple M4A1S, say FAMAS, and then MP9. The only thing they lack is util.
Whoa. Certainly not lacking the ability, though. Dosh with the Deagle going to open things up. And, well, turn the round in the favor of Saw to begin with. So, a difficult run now, and it happened so early on as well. Such a pivotal position. Saw have got a lot of control off the back of that 1 kill.
I guess the question now comes to, where do they go from here? Do you have the rivalry to compete with? Orcs aren't out of this by any means. You gotta see how they're taking a little bit of a step back. Olymp and Milky playing a little bit more of a passer towards that lower side, especially Olymp here. He's gonna be tested. Doesn't really have the rotations around him. This is gonna be not the easiest. The bomb is dropped. Now he's trying to isolate them. And he's doing not a bad job at all. This man can't be stopped. Olymp, give him, feed him more. He goes to the 4. Can't quite transfer for the 5th, but he's done absolutely enough. I worried about whether he'd be able to do it on the side, and I didn't need to at all. Stepped up to the plate. It's a home run with a 4K. What a performance. And Orcs are pulling further and further away.
Difficult, isn't it? Difficult for the Saw side of things. I think, again, similar to BNE. BNE were matching a bit better, but you just have to be ready for this team, man. They're playing, especially, since going Orgless, it feels like they're playing very, very carefree. And that can lead to some pretty unpredictable moves, particularly P90 to try and mow through this round. Oh! Rosdosh picks him out of the air, though, and stops that silliness.
More fights coming here. Casey needs to be careful. The B90 around the corner. These things are not too shabby at close range, as Roman's just found out. 3 versus 3. Still in terms of long-range rivalry, it benefits. When you've got a Deagle, you can hit a couple of shots. It won't be the case with Meteorus. Bomb 2 go down. You jerks going to deny that rotation. Fair play to Orcs. They're going to respect it. Play full retake.
Ooh. You jerks with a big frag. A nice shot to just swing things back to even. Also gives himself an upgrade of weaponry. Flash coming around for Beggy to make his way in, but he doesn't really know where to look. So SNX alone. Molotov goes down. Not a lot of time here. Has to move fast. He will have a kit available just in front of him. Looking for a double peek here, though. Tap onto the bomb. Gonna look to go for the hold. You jerks. Not fully committing around the corner. Whoa, getting a bit weird. He misses the shots. Oh, no. What have we just seen? You jerks panic. Forgets him, and Orcs will find 13 again by the skin of their teeth.
Losing in that fashion as well, man. That is so brutal to see. I love the bait he goes, though. Gets on the bomb, reloads as well. So you're kind of selling the fake of you're about to swing in for a fight, and he comes in with a deagle. When he misses that first shot, he just panics, fluffs his lines. Going back to what I was saying, you know, U-Jerk, he's the big man of this team. And when he starts to struggle, so to say, he gets in his own head. That's absolutely what's happening right now. Orcs, 8-round lead. That buffer zone that they've got over Saw right now is just indomitable. With them being 3 rounds away on their map pick, they're setting themselves up for a very clean start to the series.
Yeah, looking too damn good, isn't it, for the Orcs right now? We'll see, we'll see. Saw have got a proper buy here for the first time. So need to find success pretty quickly. They don't have a lot of room to work with. That is for damn sure. Olymp hidden away over at ramp here. Milky's going to be the first one to open up again. That kind of confidence coming through here as he takes a hut peek. Olymp goes down at ramp, though. This could be problematic. The B-bomb site right before the taking. Casey trying to get here fast, but the fire makes life awkward. A lot of damage done, but the frag's just not going the way of Orcs.
Shot. That's an actual fall. And now for looking like in a pretty much unwinnable space here. And especially considering Roman gets a double on the way out. So better, thankfully, from Saw. As they go up to 6 rounds. But it still is a long, long old road to recovery. That's a confidence booster. Doing it for only the 1 casualty. That'll give you just a little bit of an extra lifeline to work with, just something in terms of realizing that we can actually beat them at their own game. I'll have to wait and see whether that's going to be the case by any means. It's going to be a long road to recovery. I think it's doable. Orcs down to a lesser buy, MP9 pistols, very slim amounts of utility. Just even having utility is a bit of a luxury on this side right now. Just going to pack up together, play as this group.
Easy spray down for a Rosdosh on the double, maybe the triple. No, Casey does get the better of him, but they found the kills. They found some space off the back of it as well, right? A lot of info comes in from spotting 3 players in the same spot. However, I think Casey will be happy to hold on to his AK. Meanwhile, we've got Milky down below here, trying to find the tip of her head. There's one. Oh, it crouches at the worst possible moment. It was all a bait setup for him to work with, but could not land the shots. Unlucky.
You hate to see it. You do. SNX, he's been held by you jerks. Should fall momentarily. Is going to be the case. So once again, only the 1 casualty for Saw. Back-to-back rounds, surviving with 4 players alive is always good to see for them. Especially when we are having these conversations about resurgences, are having these conversations about can they get back in the game. Well, this is where you can start to say, potentially, go buy for Orcs heading into round number 21. I wouldn't mind a pause to come through before the next full buy, just to make sure that they take the reins back again in this map. At least get some control coming through. You never know. Just that 1 P or 2 PT50s for Casey and Milky here, just to try and alleviate some of the pressure.
Gutierrez has found a lot of space outside. It should be good. Should be good. He's coming up on this sort of ramp-sided stack that they've got going in just a moment. Oh, in towards heaven. SNX is up there. He's only got a USP, though, so not really expecting too much from him. Milky comes down, can't find the frag. Neither can the USP. A-bomb site right for the taking off the back of those, then. Maybe even a few more here for Mutiris, doing his best not to go down. He's left incredibly low, but manages to get away.
Him to fall, and well, with the bomb going down, that will absolutely confirm things. Question being, of course, anything on the way out. That'd be nice. Potentially one here. Casey can't hit the shot. So we're all done. Dosh. We have 3 kills in a round from him. But of course, just a low buy, so we don't really care all too much. Saw are going within a somewhat reachable distance now, though. 5 rounds is the deficit. And all it takes is a couple of broken economies, and they're right back in this game, 13 apiece. And before you know it, well, it's absolutely game on. The T side finding the majority of the success in map number 1 so far. But Orcs back in towards a full buy, and the Orb back in play for them too.
Quick round to come through from Saw here. The smokes outside will give them the space that they desire, but they are indeed looking to move fast. I mean, they've been digging for a lot of information in the past few rounds outside and have probably discovered that there's not much of a presence, at least usually, from the Orcs. And, well, that seems to be the case once again. Mutirius is incredibly fast up towards heaven. Olymp is looking to, fill the gap. Unfortunately, he's not quite fast enough. Casey, at the very least, spins around to make sure that it's only the 1 kill coming in. Beggy down on the stairs. Clean frag. 4 on 3 there, as the early exchanges actually go the way of that CT side.
Numbers. With them in control for Orcs. They slow things down just a tad. The AOP is pushed up deep through Rampant. And Aristotle seems to be in some way expecting it. He won't be given that peek, though. He might peek in towards Casey if he's not careful. He can tuck himself in towards Alt Vent. You look at Saw. 38 seconds to work with. 3 flashes, 1 Molotov, 1 smoke, and the Molotov will go over towards Alt Vent. Irish Dash could catch one crossing, and he will. Great way to be the numbers level, but they're very quickly brought back in control by the CT side. And Veggie could add to it, which he doesn't, because Story picks him off.
Ooh, nice shot from Milky, though. That's a big deal. Story does get caught. Milky going to spot out Roman as well. Trying to find the perfect timing here, get that door open, but Roman does dip out. SNX just going to go for it, try and get the 10-second defuse here. Milky's got him covered. Defuse, nice and easy. 14th round. It was feeling like it was bound to happen.
Getting close. Very close. Seeing this one in their favor. 2 more rounds is all they need, and last real attempt here for Saw. I feel like it gets to 15, the pressure alone is going to get to them. Granted, they're not going to have those financial problems that we always kind of see. Yeah, all things considered, they're looking good here. Orcs just in control. The buy a little bit shaky in the sense that Casey's only got an MP9. Oh, should be fine. However, lose this round. Economy goes back to being in a rough spot. Then who knows? Milky going aggro. AWP. Open towards Vendor in trouble.
Olin, meanwhile, with the aggression, drops out a Rozdosh. So a nice start for Orcs coming in. They've again gone for this outside control on the Saw side of things, but I think they're very savvy, you know, especially when the outside execute comes in. Orcs are quite prepared. Sirius is pretty much playing the same route as the previous round. Found minimal success. A 1 for 1 last time. He's looking for a bit more than that this time.
Story, slowly keeping his way outside. Nothing being given up just yet for Orcs. Not showing too much face. So decided light to go aggro. Not something they're going to give off right at the moment. Veggie. Yeah, great shot there onto a Story. Just catches him. Just he falls away. Oliver getting yet another as well. Surely all she wrote. And it's just down to, well, I say just down to 2. They're answering back. But it's on to Jew-Jerks. Edgy will see him off for the pistol. And with 3 remaining alive, 15 has been found by Orcs. 1 round away from taking their map pick in a pretty comfortable fashion.
Yeah, looking really good here, I think. You know, there has been a small slowdown at the start of the T side, but ultimately, or the start of their CT side, I should say, but ultimately they have looked really decisive throughout the day, throughout the game so far. And I don't know, I'm looking forward to the next map. We'll have to see, right? They really did bring it to BNE on Vertigo yesterday, so No pushovers on that map. For sure. So I think it could get very interesting. Another team that's not quite prepared, not quite as comfortable against the Orcs playstyle as we'd like to see.
It's a little bit unorthodox, but the thing for Orcs, they're, you know, an Orgler side who so disciplined. They're not making these kind of crucial mistakes that you see of these somewhat on Orc side. Olim, speaking of mistakes, he should have confirmed that kill. The fact that he doesn't. Now Saw take the numbers advantage, and they've actually got top ramp control with it.
Okay. Holding the crack. Flash comes around, makes life awkward for him. He will manage to find them both, though. Beautiful stuff. Story takes him out eventually, but that has got them back into the round pretty heavily. 2-on-2. The back off from the bomb. They should be able to get towards B here, but yeah, this is looking a hell of a lot better than it was in the initial stages.
What now, right? So double back down towards B. No one's actually here for them, so CT side of Orcs were just playing full retake, and now they're going to have to go for it. Plant in the smoke. SNX won't be able to deny. It's a flash. He takes a pop shot through the smoke, doesn't find success. Gets out in front of the Molotov at the cost of his life. Casey all alone.
Door blasted. So there is that, I suppose. Story, though, spotting for him. Has seen him here. King's trying to find the shoulder, not going to happen, and just does not have a read on where Mutiris is at. So down he will go. There's survival here for Saw. Try and pick up a few more rounds before moving forwards onto the next map. Still, it's going to be really difficult. They should be able to buy a bit more space. Actually going to be a buy coming in from the side of Orcs. I mean, I have a couple players, well, just one player actually on minimum loss bonus. So they probably could have eaten an eco here, but they just go straight in for it.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice here in terms of the force buying, but they've also got rounds in arrears. So I guess they're not too stressed about whether they're going to run out of economy or less or too much back into this game. SNX tries to be anti, cost his life. Casey falling too. Veggie comes up with the M4. Downey falls. And the remaining two, they might just opt for a save. It's 2 versus 4. And it kind of feels like a pretty impossible one. I think it's just going to be a save call. And the way they're falling back towards spawn, that's exactly what we're getting. But I'm surprised Olim doesn't, you know, stick around, see if he can pick up an upgraded weapon of some sort.
Anticlimactic in this one at the tail end, but of course it is just kind of the way that it goes. Yeah, maybe Olimp will stick around, actually. He's chilling on the vents. He's moving in. Oh. And Mutiris is perhaps slightly asleep. Perhaps just a little bit. He might have been on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I'm going to say, it was right in front of him. He's either tunnel visioned in on someone swinging on a main, or, yeah, he hit, you know, he took a sip of his water, or hit the scoreboard. He'll nab a gun, though, so you take that all the way to the bank and back. And technically speaking, if they really want to, they could go for that force again. I would probably say don't. They've all got in and around that 2k mark, so they'll be able to buy until round number 27 here. Just play a little bit more passive. Thankfully, that's exactly what they're going to do. So 2 M4s, 2 5.7s, bit of armor, and a very small amount of utilities. Try and deny here. Probably unlikely. They can make it expensive, it's all well and good. And if they can find it, even better. Milky finds the first.
You jerks, though, with a quick trade back. Make sure they keep things even. Ooh, SNX, advanced position. Maybe a miscom. Story thought he was covered. Roman didn't have him, unfortunately, but Roman is all good. He finds his shots. He picks up 2. Making it look doable here. 5-7 will get the better of him, though. Just down to you jerks. 1 versus 2. Definitely not out of the question, right? They're both low. Ooh, Milky. Looking for the catch. Off angle. Can't get him, though. Not fast enough, and you jerks has reset the game once again. Down to that B bomb site. Get the plant. And just play around the bomb.
Bomb has been planted.
Versus 1. 3k. To the side. Who takes the round? What will it mean? Who takes the map 2? Not this time. You jerks. He's been quiet in that first half, but he's seriously stepped up in the last 3 to 4 rounds. Saw go within 4. Makes this then theoretically a doable affair. We normally don't like to really call it until kind of the 15-12 mark or so. One away from exactly that. Let's see. Full buy up for Orcs. It would be once again on display. Something which Saw haven't opted for themselves.
Serious. Ooh, hearing the footsteps. Vertigo wants to scrap. Meanwhile, all him down below has got some players to deal with. He's only good for 1, however. Milky still here to hold. Gives up the position pretty quickly. Vertigo outside. He's unsure. So is Muterius. Oh, the timings here are so weird. Story of Muterius. Both going to find frags that might just seal it in. Casey's still on A, dealing with a lurk presence. And, well, not dealing with it very well. Milky going to attempt to save here. I don't think it's looking too likely. 15-12. This is getting dangerous now. No money for the CT side. They really, really are starting to feel the pressure.
They're letting this slip it. They are really letting this slip. Going to see the 3rd attack pause used for Orcs. At one point it's 15-8 and now within a kind of a reaching distance. Only 3 rounds is the gap. And as you mentioned, money not exactly favourable over towards Orcs. Expecting probably only a minimal buy from them. Stick in and around, as we say, that $2,000 mark in the bank gives them the funds to work with. But yeah, they're really letting this slip. You can see the mentality changing as well. They're getting nervy. They're not pushing forward for information. We've seen the likes of kind of Casey, All, and Milky all been going, you know, poking and prodding, looking for individual fights to essentially just claim the numbers advantage early into round. And Saw are catching on to this, punishing them time after time. Be really careful now. Just the confidence is starting to flow through this Polish side. They're on a really, really good run here. This has been a unbelievably solid C side as Nuke goes.
Decent nade damage onto Muterius. Try and finish him off here on the chase, but the deeper they get, the more dangerous it becomes. So many bodies waiting for them, of course. And unfortunately, they cannot find the frags. Unlucky. They come very close on 2, but yeah, not able to get them over the line. Veggies on the other side of the map. So all secured, all good. Just now a slow burn into getting that bomb down.
Yeah, all down to Veggie. That 5-7 can cause a couple of problems, but it shouldn't be end of the world. Half arm out of 5-7 is not the scariest of prospects. He's just going to tuck his head for now at the very least. Muterius, UJX, Story. We're pretty low. Pretty low. Guess you have to be at least aware of it. If you go towards Ram, they're in trouble. But it's looking unlikely, especially with Muterius doubling up towards Heaven. So they've got all the control here. Bomb will go down in a second. Yeah, this is so far actually very concerning. The way in which the Orcs are letting this slip. Lacking control and uncomfortability about what we're seeing right now is putting this into disarray. Of course, with that being, but the bomb going down, the round is confirmed around it. Once again, we look towards the future. We look towards our next round. Orcs will have money for a buy. Looking bad enough in AWP. Veggie, though, I get a consolation kill here. I don't think Aristosh would clear this angle, at least fully clear this angle. We're looking deep in towards orange, or so I say. He jiggles on the corner. Fair play to him. I think Veggie's just going to try and get away with his life intact if he can.
If being the opposite word. I think he will be able to get away.
Yeah, it's not worth it. It's the 5-7.
Yeah. Don't give him a free AK. So, yeah, not the end of the world. I guess he would have been full buying anyway. Doesn't make all that much of a difference, not going to lie. But still, here we go. This is where it gets kind of serious. Feels like it should be the last chance if Orcs can't find this round. Bar saves. It feels like we'll be hitting overtime. So, yeah, they got to close it here and now.
Double AWP is the call for them. I think Olin picked one up himself. Often we see that. Orcs trying to use that clutch. Milky got a slight gap in the smoke. finding a shot through it. Pop shots. Hope and a prayer. One that's not being answered, at least for the time being, in round number 29. Is the full 30 needed to decide someone here? Potentially, and some. Round number 29. Orcs would love to see this off now because they've let this seriously slip. At one point, like we said, it was 15-8. It's now be 5 in a row for Saw.
Pretty tense round here, 1:05, and hardly any movement across the map. Jump spot comes in. Olymp too fast, though. Milky finds Mutiris. The double ops setup coming alive. In towards the ramp area. They have shut things out, giving them the space now to get down, but it's cost them almost everything. Olymp too smart, looking good here. Just one more remaining, and they do indeed pick them off. The double ops coming up large as they take a 16-13 victory on their own map pick indeed. Well fought from the Saw side, but it wasn't enough in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it all just comes down to a pretty poor first half from the Saw.
Sure.
If that had been put up the way it probably should have, which was much better on the CT side, that's what we always look towards, a stable first half to set themselves up. And for Orcs, it came down to their immaculate T side. They were really putting Saw in their place. They made that side look very uncomfortable for the vast majority of half number 1, and it transferred into the bulk of half number 2. There was that period, 5 in a row from Saw, where we at least opened the door to the conversation about a comeback. But when it comes down to it, it was just too much of a kind of a gap to bridge, essentially. And Saw, they'll kick themselves because they know for both, at least strong parts of that map, they were the better side.
Yeah, that's very, very true. I think they will be kind of disappointed. And now we move on to a map. You know, Orcs found victory here yesterday. Again, it was quite close, but there's no clear-cut kind of maps in this series, right? Both teams are capable on all three. So, yeah, it really does open up. We'll see. We'll see. Orcs with a pretty good showing, but maybe Saw have warmed into their style and how unpredictable they can be. Only time will tell. We have to take a break first. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, and then we have our second map of Vertigo coming up.
fire in the atmosphere, moving in synergy, this electricity. The power of the pioneers, tearing through history, this is our destiny. We are the power, we are the change, we are the pioneers of paradise and fame. We push you louder like hurricanes. We are the pioneers, we are the pioneers. We are the power, we are the change, we are the pioneers of paradise and fame. We push you louder like hurricanes. We are the pioneers, we are the pioneers. We are the power, we are the change, we are the pioneers of paradise and fame.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gents, back to map number 2 here. We're on Vertigo. It's Soar's pick. It's their home ground, and they're hoping to answer back after what was, let's just say, a less than adequate start towards Nuke. They want to look a little bit better, but Orcs, credit to them, right now on track for an upset.
Certainly could be the case. Their CT side was a bit slow for me, though, so yeah, this could be difficult for them. On Vertigo, Casey playing up close with the pistol here. The utility going to come raining over his head. Spam as well. I think they have a bit of an idea that he's around. Does well to find one. There's a lot of players already on the site for the Orc side of things, though. Thor will have their work cut out. The Glocks trying to close the gap and find the heads. There's a player hidden inside the smoke in the form of Milky. Trying to get cheeky here. Story spotted him out. The plant is being attempted and will go down. Mutiris, though, has found the Vanguard. It's just Milky on this weird and wonderful flank. Can't get it done. Mutiris for 3 and Saw for the pistol.
Yeah, a bit of a crazy pistol round, all things considered as well. Very scrappy, but within the chaos, Saw come out on top, and that's what matters most on their own map pick. Starting confidently, something they really struggled to do on Nuke. We look back to how Nuke was, and the T side was actually probably where we saw the best out of Saw. So I think they're hoping for the same here in terms of this first half on Vertigo. Orcs, not exactly the dream for them, but they're a side who, despite losing the pistol, they don't like to force buy in second round. I like this. It's a bit more of a, I guess, old school. It's not really meta right now, but I prefer it personally. Gives them a buy in towards the next round. Saw more or less guaranteeing a 2-0 start.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday. It seems to be something that they really are a fan of. Yeah, get the fight, get the guns. So far, not too much occurring. There's a couple players that are indeed low, so just got to watch their heads, as it were. Looks to be an A hit to come through from Saw, so the CTs will be ready. However, they are losing numbers pretty quickly, as to be expected. Just SNX, USP in hand, hoping one of those low HP players comes his way and gets a bit cheeky. Doesn't happen for him. So flawless round is pretty good. As we talked about before, you know, it really does mean when you go for this early rifle buy that you have to do some decent damage, maybe save some guns across, right? You really have to make it worthwhile. Otherwise, it just sets up the opposition, particularly a T side, in a really, really good spot. Their economy would be sound, and, you know, they're finding all the rounds in the world. It can be very hard if you just fall flat in this early rifle buy.
Yeah, that's it. It's very important early doors. I think Orcs need to set a tempo here considerably. And that would have been a good way to do it, but Story, other ideas. Orc versus Galil. The Galil or Story comes out on top. He's a cracker of a start. And for Story, who's the primary AWPer of Saw, on his left on the floor. It's like a present for him if he can go and pick it up.
So there you go. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Early stages, find the first frag and, you know, be in a position where you can drop back. Really clean stuff. Boost up was there. Unable to find anything, unfortunately. Meanwhile, the main attack is happening over towards B. SNX is in keen position for the double kill. The smoke on the middle of the site really makes life awkward over at Dupree here. SNX does go down. Casey still sticking around. Olymp has come to join the party. Story's the only one to have found any kills for his squad right now. Onto the USP. Unable to find anything, and Orcs will fend off the attack.
So, there's that first round on the board. This is why they go for that kind of save in the second round, buy in towards the third, get the rifles up as early as possible, and give them that sort of freedom to work with. Nicely done. Well played. Of course, in doing so, it's a good chance to answer back. But unfortunately, they did take a fairly decent amount of casualties, where you can see kind of Casey going in towards that MP9. Where for Saw, theoretically speaking, that was a bonus buy-in towards the last. So full buy for them back out. First kind of full buy versus full buy round. It's a tournament economy. This is a big early doors swing round, we like to call these. Where economy is on the line here. And Story finally get another entry up towards Wrath. He's been so successful with this so far.
Still, Orcs were able to hold the line in the previous round, even a man down early, so we're expecting more of the same, I suppose. Decent setups, decent responses. Veggie, though, through the smoke, takes a spray-down battle and loses it pretty heavily. Unable to really even trade much damage on the other side of things.
Book is very quiet here. I think very tentatively Saw still looking towards A. If you're Orcs in this position, at some point you're going to have to go for information. You're going to have to try and level the playing field. Casey was back white box. Other side of the map, Jerks falls with Materials Quick on the trade. Might be a freebie here. It's not. Aristar spots him on the jiggle and deletes him second time of asking. And that should be all she wrote. Olin left alive in a 1 versus 4. And for him, he's going to tuck his tail between his legs and get out of dodge. It's about saving. Keeping that M4 alive. Saw answer right back on their full buy.
It's a decent move. It's always what you want to do. Olymp is gunning to find some frags. Only one presenting itself at this time. I think he was hoping for an AK upgrade, but it's not there, so he should be able to save. They're not too heavy on the hunt, but yeah, Saw answering back is really, really good. You know, look at where the cash is at, right? There's hardly any built up for Orcs. Should allow Saw to move up to a 4th round pretty comfortably, and that's a really, really great run of rounds in the early stage of the T side.
Let's see. Olymp at the very least keeps the M4 alive, which is nice. And of course, you're getting his little consolation kill. The Saw answering back is what it's all about. Again, this is kind of coming down to them. We need to talk about a seriously strong start to the game and having this control very early doors. They're doing exactly that. And there won't be a buy around, unfortunately, for Orcs. Unless they go for a force buy, I don't think it's really something they've been doing all too often throughout this tournament. So I'm not expecting it here. Yeah, it'll be exactly the case. So Olin just left alone with the 1M4 A1S. And he's got a Deagle and PT50 alongside of the try and alleviate the pressure. The big thing that needs to be plugged for Orcs early into his round is just how much Story's getting away with this ramp control. His entries for him have been very good.
Olymp, though, on that A1S, sorry, not A4, that's an A1S. It's good to see him coming away with an early frag and just getting aggressive with that rifle that he saved across, right? Definitely what you need. Casey to scoop up an AK. There we go. So we've made some money, made some progress, but they know where the saved weapon is now. The majority of the hit happening towards A, but a quick rotation and attempt to the quick boost is thwarted. All the same, they're still able to hold on to the man advantage just about slimly. SNX with a good angle. Is it down to a 3 versus 2? Another boost up. This one may not be expected.
Been hurt though, at the very least. SX can technically just stay here. I don't think it's the worst thing to do. Because worst case, I can say Story's got two options. He either has to go back down towards ramp or he has to push further through the site. So it kind of feels like on the back of Trays, they guarantee the kill. Story will lurk. And hang on, he's got the bomb too. It's not a bad position with the AK scooped up as well.
Oh, they're a bit lined up, but Veggie still manages to find the head. I thought surely Story would have one there. Just Muterius remaining. Goes ahead of the smoke. Brings it down to a 1 versus 2. Just relax on this one, fellas. SNX, yep, bides his time. Goes for the spray down through the smoke. That is a huge round to nick away. Minimal buy. You know, no money spent. Just the A1S saved across, and they pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, fair play, actually. Credit to them. Off the back of what is such a minimal buy. I mean, all of them kickstarts it all, right? He finds that kill right over towards stairs. He's playing just above the smoke. It's kind of given him a one-way by accident. And he finds the opener. And then he completely repositions. Gives them a lot of space to work with. Unfortunately for Saw, now thereby, similar to what Orcs had in the previous. Double rifle, only one being an AK. Already playing contact over towards stairs. I don't mind this. Irish Dodge, the new boy in the team. Going to be the first in contact. Casey up close is playing anti. It's a great flash, but Irish Dodge flops his lines. Thankfully, Story's here to bail him out.
All getting a bit weird over here. Muterius is the big one from the bridge area, finding himself a double spray down. 4 versus 2 as the bomb goes down. Yep, and the peek round from Milky's like, oh, okay, I guess that's not really an option. Can't find the trade here, looking to drop back if he can. Not sure about it though, Muterius. Patience pays off. Lovely round from him. 3K coming in. Actually a really solid game as well, as he hits a 10-2 scoreline in only 7 rounds.
Yeah, not bad from him individually. Actually across the board as well. You know, we looking towards that last game. Both Roman had a really rough start. He was like 0-8 at one point. It was pretty tough to see. And U-Jokes generally was pretty quiet. And granted, it's not been, you know, an incredible start for them, those two individually. But that really sets Saw back. Thankfully, with Muterius individually looking so good. Doing alright. Looking at shots. U-Jokes will fall. A bad start. Olymp and the 5-7 answer back. Surely not another low buy round to be converted by Orcs.
Would be wild if they pull it off, bro. Would be absolutely wild. It looks like they should at this stage, to be honest, with that kill coming in from SNX. Rostosh is all by himself, trying to create some space towards B, just contacting in. Casey is first line of defense behind the smoke. Can Rostosh find anything? Does get 1, left on 4, though. He'd assume not a chance. Nice flash. It's just too many to deal with at this late stage of the round and with this low number that they find themselves with. Story, they know where he's at. Nade hits him. And he's got 4 to find. He's kind of committed in. Probably does indeed have to try and give this a good go. I don't know that he'll really find anything, though.
So he's waiting for someone to overextend, but there's just no real need for Orcs to give it to him. So that'll be a round more or less confirmed that a Story pulls off the most miraculous 1v4 here. Especially with 46 points of HP. Gonna try and isolate. And look, you'll see him off. He starts the round and he closes it too. Great one from him individually with 2 kills to his name. In that one specifically. It's that opener that does everything. Well. Only 1 round in it. And Saw what looked like it was going to be actually a stellar start to their map pick is now looking a little bit shaky. Hence why they've called for a pause. I don't mind this call basically at all. Question now comes down to what are they going to change up here? They've had a lot of success over towards a Ram, especially we've spoken about him Story individually. And the call is the full buy. Now, that really wasn't the expectation. Double Deagle. Double Tech 9 and the Galil. Bit of utility. Bit of armor. Something which is a luxury of Yarish Dosh. He can't afford into it. I don't know about the call to force buy. It feels a little bit risky for me. If this doesn't pull off, not only do the Orcs out the game, but they're more or less guaranteed to take a lead in the game too.
Yeah, so we'll see here. We'll see. I think I'm kind of agreeing with you. The idea is not terrible behind the buy, but just in execution, it's really not fantastic. They're going to have to pull off something pretty good with this utility. Great touchdown nade. You jerks looking to rush in. Veggie has got his man covered, only for one though. So we'll see. This does, you know, put a bit of panic into that CT side, and trades are here quite quickly. Olimp sticking around has to be very, very careful. Casey's got him backed up. Orc is here now, but a missed shot, an overextension. Olimp keeps on fragging, however, and he will charge forward for the 3K. A beautiful 4 overall. Big win for Orcs. And as you said, lead is now on the horizon.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. The call to force there, I don't know, it feels so weird. Just in the sense that you're not going to be bringing a real kind of depth in terms of firepower. Well, there's a multiple thing. They've got no firepower, they've got one rifle. They're coming in with limited utilities. They can't even sell fakes when it comes towards executes. And most of them are coming in with half armor. So the M4 has become so dangerous. One shot, headshot. We saw exactly that. Lovely little 3K at the end. SNX. Ballsy play here. A to be dropped. Dancing around the smoke. He's making himself known. But he will be traded by Ujerks, who himself was dropped immediately after.
Reggie, though, staying cool. Nice shots. And the flank comes round to finish the round off. So, yep, easily able to take the lead. Now pressure on Saw to stay hot on the heels and make sure that they can get some return rounds here. Keep things interesting. It looks like Orcs, again, are finding their groove. Definitely not as one-sided or as super clean as it was at the start of Nuke, but still in control.
At least for now, they're looking alright. Pull back out. Don't have the orb to compete with. Nuke has been a bit of a menace, especially in the opening picks. Planning to sit back over towards Sandbag. A bit more passive. SNX take that first contact. Not an util dropped it. Aid will come through from Roman. It could chunk him down, but only by 12 points.
Shots ring it off. Reggie to find the first one yet again. Aggression responded with SNX as well. Nice coordinated push from the two of them to result in a solid advantage. Meanwhile, over on B, they're trying to create some space, the Saw boys. Nice move from a Rozdosh. Definitely not solidified yet. It does depend. Olimp has to be careful with how he plays this one out. I think he might just have spotted a Rozdosh because of a bug with the nades. All the same, going kind of wild. 3-on-2 still here for Orcs. They're locked out, and Muteris with a big one through the smoke. That could make all the difference here. Another smoke to keep the defenders at bay as well. Really does become a challenge now.
Stuff. This retake is not easy, especially retaking with an AWP. As long as Saw don't overextend, they should be fine. Material's going to be the first one to drop. If SNX spams it, he gets to frag. The same can be said. Material's who spot 2 on the other side of the smoke. It's the Portuguese man to do it. The Tech 9 just gets a little bit shell-shocked. A deer in headlights, didn't know where to look, and didn't pull the trigger. All tied square once again. An AWP to work with as well now for Saw. Dropped over towards Story. Just 15-5. Having a pretty decent little game. 138 ADR. Not too shabby from him. Olimp trying to chase with 12-5. Quite there yet. It's been a very even start. Exactly the opposite of what the start of Nuke looked like too.
Nades being returned on either side. SNX going to eat some damage, but ultimately not too much done. It's all about this contact orb. Milky can't find the sliver he was looking for. 5-on-5. Still pretty conventional. It's actually a quieter round than usual. There's normally a kill back.
Roman. Waiting for the opportunity. Damage on towards SNX. Kill though. Texas needs to be careful. I say that he's the one taking contact and swinging. Irish Dosh confirmed that first kill towards Casey. It's a fair bit of damage in doing so, however.
Story trying to find a head over here. Veggie, meanwhile, will be the first to pick up a frag from the CT side. You jerks finding SNX, however. So Olimp back end of the site has to be very careful here. It does go unchecked, and the remaining 2 players on this Saw side are incredibly low. Should be his if he plays it right. Nice nade from Orcs, but surely on 9 HP, he does not stand a chance. 25 seconds, bomb retrieval. It is kind of tentative. They're not super healthy on the Orc side of things either. All line up on the bomb, though. Good timing on the nade. Well played, well found, and the lead back in favor of Orcs.
Yeah, smart way to find that round in their favor as well. Doing it the util. They were swinging off the backer, so even if he hadn't have died to the nade, still would have taken that contact and still would have taken the swing off the backer. We are going to see a tech balls come through. Hopefully not too much of a problem, but very interesting game so far in the sense that no one really taking the early port of control. Fun to watch. A much more even display. Still comes down to, I think taking a lead here is going to be such a, taking a lead in kind of this half is going to be such a big deal. If Orcs can put a fairly stellar, fairly strong kind of CT side up here and go in towards the T side with the confidence, that's when they do their best work. They're a very, as he's already spoken about, momentum heavy, confident side. Saw are known for what is meant to be their strong CT sides as well. I think Orcs understand that they have to go in with a fairly decent lead, as things could be somewhat problematic. I guess the good thing, the good news for Orcs is that there won't really be too much of a buy on the other side. Firepower, a little bit on the lesser side. You're going to see 2k across the board, and that's probably what they'll stick around. UJX, he might even buy as well if they want to try and drop an AWP over towards Story. If he does buy, it means that they might not have enough left in reserves to pick up the big green towards the next round. But hopefully the sec boys, they should be done in just a second, and there we go. So round of 12, Vertigo on the way. And of course, as expected, the buy is on that lesser side for Saw here. The Orcs should take a 2-round buffer.
Looking pretty good for the CT end. Saw, though, as we said, you know, as much as they possibly can, need to keep it close. And they are doing that to the best of their ability. Just not quite enough. Orcs were really strong on Nuke, as to be expected from their own map pick. But here, just maybe the one step ahead, right? It's not quite unreachable for the side of Saw, but it is going to be difficult, I think. Still, we're on that T end of things. I think that Vertigo, over the years, has swung a bit more central, but I still do feel it's kind of more CT-sided these days.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's definitely got a CT lead, especially for a side like Saw who have such confidence in their CT side. I think Orcs just know they have to build up as much of a gap here as they can. Got that 2-round buffer, win this one, break the economy again, and who knows, they could be pulling seriously away up to kind of 8, 9, potentially even 10 for the turn of the half. All comes off the back of these rounds here. Irish Brush, the smoke, that's such a risky play by Roman. Down he'll fall to the nade. UJX goes as well. Story at least trading for 1. The numbers still remain for Orcs.
We'll see now as the dust settles. Big frag here. Milky gonna get caught. Shot does not land. 3 on 2 therefore. Quick rotation from SNX. Ooh, decent nade here. Follow up with a Molotov as well. Could actually be really awkward for Story. Yep, gonna go down to SNX's push, in fact. Thought it was to the fire, but it's to the M4. Huge double piece. Needs the sweet rice man to clutch up. Smoke goes down, thinking that maybe he will play around that. He's looking to play a lot more aggressive now. His position will be known. Decent nade should land here. Finds one, softened up the second. Olymp does not have a lot of time to play for, just opting to go for the hold. And a Rozdosh, surely not going to give that to him. Indeed. Oh, no. Defuse comes in. Just. That's wild. That must have been right on the line.
He shakes his head as well. He knows that he's kind of fluffed that one a little bit. Just the defuse comes through. Attack pause caught off the back of it as well. Just to really make Saw sit on it. Get in their head a little bit. That's a tilter. Losing it in that sort of fashion. Harris just played so well up until that point. Still walks over 3k, but he would have loved the round instead. Credit. It's a ballsy stick. And all 5 seconds go his way, and he only just about gets it over the line. But they're going to guarantee a lead of that half. They've got a bomb plant plus loss bonus. Gives Saw the funds to work with. to string together some sort of investment. Roman's in towards Galil, U-Jerks. Unless there's something dropped for him, I think he'll only be in towards a pistol. Not exactly a dream here for him. I'm assuming since he hasn't bought anything yet, though, something drops on the floor. Maybe an AK down. So it's not maybe the end of the world. And that'll be exactly the case. There we go. They strung together something. This penultimate round of the half, very important. Again, their economy still remains on a thin ice position. It's a great flash. We cherish surely to 4. Olem off the back of SNX's support. Gets the numbers advantage.
Yeah, Rosdosh maybe a dink early on. Either way, he's super, super low. So yeah, Saw in pretty difficult position. I think it is safe to say that is awkward. The flash comes in at the worst possible time. Casey therefore is able to steal one away, I thought. Oh, he was surely a dead man. Milky comes off the scope. Loses his head. Now even Stevens, so Saw have battled back pretty well in this round.
Versus 3. Jerk's taking a little bit of damage. Now it's all down to the Orcs side. I mean, trades benefit the T side, like we say. So for Orcs, at some point, they're going to have to go looking for information in some way. Veggie's kind of doing the jiggle peek. He spots a leg. That's enough for him just to fall further back. He's not baited overall him. He's happy to remain here. One nade for U-Jerks could cause a lot of problems. I'm just playing contact. SNX around the corner. Spotted. Surely! And again, just doesn't confirm the kill. He could have. Ops against it. Nade will come off. That should kill off Story here. And it will. Back to 2 versus 2.
Doable. Very, very doable indeed. SNX again just charging in. A bull in a China shop the past few rounds. Goes absolutely wild to find the remaining 2 frags. This guy is just unstoppable. I mean, he's picked up 6 kills, I think, in 2 rounds. Really, really impressive stuff. And all being on the retake as well.
Individually, really stepping up right about now. And of course, the big thing is now we just need to keep seeing this consistently and towards the T side. But it's a very, very decent ending towards this first half for Orcs. Up to 9. And yeah, you know, for them alone, they are absolutely loving life. They've got absolutely no complaints in the server right now. Saw and Story in towards the orb. Try and challenge out of Milky. He hasn't really had too much of an impact so far, Milky. Granted, he's ignored one all too often. It's some nade damage comes through. Aristosh. It's 13 points of damage. They've got a bit of early control over towards ramp. The smoke's going to deny them going overly aggressive, however.
Just for the time being, but they are looking for a full B play by the looks of things. Casey flies round and for Rosdosh, U-Jerks going in nice and fast. It's one. Olymp is in the smoke. Trying to be a nuisance right now. Ooh, awkward for him though. Roman was further behind. Veggie needed to find that frag. I think for me that decides it. Story picks off SNX. And Milky has no idea what's about to hit him. U-Jerks makes a meal of it, but all the same. 9-6, so finding the final round is a nice bow on that half for them. Decent from both sides. It's all going to come down to the second half here, as it so often does. We'll see in a few. Hello, CS enjoyers. Welcome back to the second half of Vertigo. Orcs with the lead, looking to solidify it here with a T-side pistol. Meanwhile, saw a small fight. They stayed in it just about. They will be hoping that their own map pick and the confidence of a CT side or whatever change this second half brings is enough for them to take us to a third.
Let's see. Jerk trying to take first contact, and all he's met with is a dink, and Roman gets deleted. Not a bad start for Orcs already. U-Jerks and Story combine simultaneously.
Somehow, U-Jerks has stayed alive here. Milky's not been able to land a bullet. Absolutely wild stuff, and Milky now, as he tries to peek in, has a very dangerous job. There's a lot of CTs ready and waiting for him on the other side there. Patience pays off here. They're just going to face into him. Oh, goodness. 2 quick headshots. Mutiris on the Julies. Can't get it done. Milky clotheslines him to find a 1v3 in as many seconds.
Oh, that is a crazy. That second and third kill he's getting at the end there. Oh, my. Oh, my. And another timeout to be called. That's probably a timeout just in their celebration. But again, to make Sword just sit on it. You know, the numbers advantage the entirety of that round. And somehow they've not walked away with it in their favor. What a pistol. What an individual step up there from Milky. That is insane. My, oh my. What a game we're being treated to here. If things continue in this fashion, Orcs are booking a ticket towards Pro League. If there ever was one way to get yourself a, you know, I guess a stage for an Org to be looking at you, that's one of them. That's brilliant. Really is. 4 rounds the buffer. Much better buy as well for the T side. Saw in serious trouble, but they're going to opt for a forced buy of their own to hope to at least level the playing field early in towards this half. It doesn't start well.
No, it does not. A quick frag coming off will put them in a really, really good position on that Orc side of things. Still got a FAMAS to get through, which could be scary. So we'll see. Way backed off here on the Orc side of things. Take that first kill and just run away with it is the idea.
Scout. Spotting one. And a story. A bit of information gained over that way. Roman just going to respect this kind of deeper control here as he doubles up with Story. Haven't really got the util to work with. A pot flash here would be brilliant. They could walk away with a good couple of kills, but it's going to be unlikely, especially with Milky and shots like that. Do they expect the second hour around the corner?
Not quite. Yeah, Story comes away with the FAMAS trying to get it done. Not going to happen. And a Ross, Dosh, Sirius both just run down by the max end. That's a fantastic finish from Olymp. Still some decent damage done by Saw, but, you know, when you are looking down the barrel of a pretty one-sided scoreline, it's going to be 12-6 more likely than not. Really is a worrying time now. You have to find success with this rifle, and probably the one after that as well if you are hoping to stay in this game.
Yeah. This is starting to pull away. Saw the heavy favourites coming towards this game, but more or less everybody that's played against Orcs has been the on-paper favourites, and they continue to cause upsets. Unorthodox style of Counter-Strike, it's slow at times, the tempo shifts are just causing problem after problem. Dosh probably getting the first, take some contact here. Only got the USPSs. 5 nades though. 5 nades, he spots a leg. And he's surely going to get a kill now. Surely. In comes the nade. And Saw somehow, right now, I've got a numbers advantage.
Yeah, gotten a bit weird. A pretty heavy numbers advantage as well, because there's only one guy left he's dealt with quickly. A huge slip up from Orcs. Should have been that easy round. Should have been 12. Slightly less pressure on Saw now, and, well, you can see the money for Orcs is actually not fantastic. That's such a wild round to be losing, man.
Yeah, especially considering it's 5 USPSs, no armor, and just 5 nades. And the nades are barely even used as well. Oh, I don't know. That's a round which it's really soul-crushing For Orcs to be losing that. Very questionable as well for them to be losing that. We'll see whether it has an effect later down the line or they can clamber things back in their favour. Snake. Side's taking considerable damage here. It's the next down to 38. Lucky to still be alive.
SNX still looking to get aggressive despite his low HP. Tags up Roman pretty heavily. No kills as yet, but they have wrestled for this ramp control quite successfully. Minute and 20 left on the clock. U-Jerks thinking about a swing. They're kind of deciding against it. Just half holding. Make sure there's no one pushing into him.
Spamming through the top, getting mighty close indeed. And that's next will fall. Here's the numbers. You jerks causing a problem. Time's ticking too. 50 seconds on the clock. They kind of got to start going now. Decisions to be made. Flash on over as well. Story. That might give them something to work with. 2 caught in the flash. Noise being made as well.
U-Jerks taking some risky peeks here. It's going to be Story to find the frag on the Orc, though. Starts to solidify the fact that Scout eventually lands a finish off from the Glock. There just ain't the numbers to keep these trades alive. Veggie alone. Decent to find one. Recovered the bomb back. He's only got 15 seconds, so his only option is to go A or save. I guess that is an option as well, but option to win the round is to go A, and he's going for the concede of the round.
Well, G will tuck his hair. At the very least, they've got an AK to work with. They won't really have anything else around it. Don't show as well, losing that previous round, how much of a, I guess, a bit of a problem now it's caused, because Sora pretty close, doing reaching distance. What it's all about. 3 rounds of the difference. That's essentially one more big buy in a broken economy. And Saw can start to take a lead here. This time, just that one AK saved over Veggies. Or they working with Olive. Does not care about your Molotov. Oh my gosh. I thought Story might have underflicked it. Thankfully, hits it perfectly.
U-Jerks trying to gather some information towards middle here. See if there's anyone else sticking around. It is not the case, but it's good to clear the area. The Orc side are actually looking to head towards ramp here. Hoping there's some space opened up. And it is. Roman, though, has spotted them all out. He's not having the best game in the world, but at the very least can do his job and keep them at bay, keep them scared. They'll look to go B instead.
That's an X. Get rid of noise over towards ramp. It's all part of the ruse, because the bomb is going towards Aristop. Going to be tested here. And struggling a little bit. Hopefully not the case. U-Jerks. It'll come over. Veggie avoids the bulk of it. Bomb will be able to go down. Bomb comes through. And a couple start flooding in. SNX's Glock is actually a little bit dangerous. Now with Veggie falling, surely this round's in the bin, and that is the case. Roman, we're double on the way out. The bomb goes down. That's the positive. The main thing is Saw against the low buy. Taking the round in their favor. Taking it within 2 as well. All well and good. Fullback comes right back out. Now Orcs have to go back to their winning ways. Have to go back to converting them round after round. Losing that pistol really caused a problem. Or losing against those pistols, may I say. They've got to now take the reins back again. Start dominating the way they were earlier.
Can be tough on the T side, right? I think this is what's happened. The sort of resets come in and maybe they've lost some of their identity. Well, even before I get the words out there, back to what they like doing, playing unpredictable, playing aggressive. Casey with a completely dry peak will open up B and just puts the absolute fear of God into the Saw boys. I think Muterius got this smoke down to fend off against any potential Molotovs going his way. They do have to put the brakes on the B bomb site, not as vulnerable or as desirable as they thought. You jerks caught out in the open by the AWP, though. Really not ideal. And they're all over the place in terms of the defense.
Terrace, back sight. Casey overlooking it. Still, the numbers are good and very good for Orcs. As Olymp continuing to be so aggressive on these T rounds. Roman trying to deny as best he can, and he will do a pretty decent job of it. Nice little double. 2 versus 2, and it's absolutely on.
Certainly looking that way. Sprays all over the shot. Mutiris has found the first. Milky is left all alone then. And Mutiris is looking to flank him out quite quickly here. He's not expecting it at all. The side swipe, super effective. The fuse coming in. Closest the Orcs have come with the rifles for quite some time, but Saw keep it cool. And indeed now bring it within 1.
Oh, well. That's another round, which probably they should have been losing. 4 versus 2. But, yeah, I don't know. That's a real tilter, I think. You're looking back at the way in which that was played, leaving Milky on 1 versus 2 there. The fact that it falls apart in the way it does, I don't know, man. Tough. Orcs are really starting to let this one slip away. It looked like the game was more or less done. And now, out of nowhere, just let it all fall apart. Sword breathing down their necks. All together a buy, and it's not going successfully. It's Roman above the smoke finds the opener.
Lovely stuff indeed to keep things interesting here. You jerks. Here's the footsteps, but can't spot the player. Still a lot more damage being done to these boys on the Orc side. Olim still good for those entries, man. He's looking damn good despite the way that the rounds have been going. Oh, B encroachment here. This is scary. Casey's close. Finds the kill. Rosdosh completely unaware. 4 versus 3. Bomb goes down. This is going to be a tough attempt on the retake, to be honest with you. I don't rightly know if they have the chance here. They don't have a lot of cash available, but still looking to find it. First kill comes round for the T side, continuing to get them solid. Perfect flash from Milky, and Veggie will absolutely capitalize.
Oh, well. Finally, around that way in which they started it. These post ones have been a little bit shaky for my liking. That one a lot more solid. They get out on towards the B side. Once the bomb goes down, bits of Utah, just an eye saw, having early engagements. That's what it's all about. Using the clock as their best friend. 12 to 10. 2-round buffer zone. But once again, a low buy to come out for the Portuguese roster. Normally, I'd count them out immediately, but they won with 5 USBs just earlier. Aristosh was a key part of it. Playing around, Roman to find the first. Etanex dry peeking through a smoke on ramp. Questionable to say the least. Aristosh playing anti. T-Wall 4, but there's still a couple more lurking. Casey for 2, looking for 3. Let's get dropped. Veggie trades.
Roman, first one to face in here, trying to isolate them while they're getting that bomb down. I think the nade might just finish him off. He knows it, tries to take a fight and falls. You jerks cannot hold. Orcs have refound their mojo here. The threat, the pressure of the even up has definitely given them a new lease on life. And they will grow the lead to 3 now, looking very scary for the 2-0 and securing that Pro League spot.
Very scary indeed. Sora aside, who know all about the old Pro League, right? You know, they've been there, done that. Orcs, this would be new territory for the vast majority of them, and especially for them being unorged as well, would mean so much. We've spoken about this being an audition in a sense, and there's no grander stage. 5 weeks of Pro League? You can ask for a better position to be in, really, at all. But the 4th timeouts used. The previous 2 timeouts by Orcs were used off the back of rounds they won, but more as a kind of a celebration. This time, it's more about calming the nerves. So close to the finish line. 3 rounds ahead of Saw, 3 rounds away from a 2-0 and a spot in Pro League Season 18. Timeout done. We go back underway. The bye back out for the Portuguese roster, but it's a triple FAMAS as they opt for just a little bit more utility than firepower.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. I think maybe speaks to taking a more passive stance here. But we'll see. Still trying to spray things down, get some nades in play at the bottom end of ramp. About 50 damage traded onto either side here. However, the charge coming in from Orcs once again. Roman puts the smoke down, trying to play around it. U-Jerks uses distraction for the first frag of the round. Able to drop back. Solid 5-on-4 now.
Okay. SNX falling. Aristar sitting in the smoke. It's a very, very good angle. Because he just won't be expecting it. Drop away and fall back, though. He's over towards back white. Just because Materials will come and support. Giving Casey anything to work with right now. That would have been heard. Veggie brings the numbers down. Jerks will fall. Olymp can't confirm the kill. Damage on towards Roman, but no frag. Veggie looking to trade him out. The bomb has rolled forward. It's dropped in a less than adequate position. But Veggie just so quick, man. Veggie is so quick. That second comes through. Trying to get the bomb down. One swinging out. Materials will trade. But Casey answers back into a 1 versus 2 for the new boy on the block for this team. Sweet Rice needs a sweet 1v2. And Milky's got other ideas. 14 confirmed for Orcs. And they're so close now. And money is so poor for Saw. They should get 15.
Really unfortunate. I mean, it's just come down to a few crunch moments in the middle of these rounds, particularly in the past 3 or 4. And the vast majority of them have been going the way of Orcs. Yeah, post-plant situations, 2v2s, 3v3s. Again, they just play so fearless, and I think that it's unorthodox. They're not the general rules of engagement, you know, to play so almost careless and, in a way, a bit silly, right? But they're making it work. They believe in their individual ability. And I think the pressure off kind of style, especially that a 1-0 gives you, is really effective sometimes. Saw obviously are playing a bit more tense, you know, and just getting caught in the overthinking of certain situations.
That's true. We'll see. So, the buy is low for Saw. 2 P250s. 8 across the board. And again, normally, this is a round in which I wouldn't care about at all. But they want it just a little bit earlier. So it's something that you do have to be cautious of. What are they going to do with the old 5 nades? The slow take for Orcs in towards mid. Contact is going to be the play here. A gamble stack over towards the B side. One in which case you might be in a little bit of trouble with.
A lot of utility being expended over there. However, it's a quick move from Saw to rotate back towards A. Just, you know, pack mentality, send it, why not? Definitely potential for them to overwhelm a player or two, but ultimately they should be finished off easy enough. There you go, there's 1 frag. I think that's all they'll be able to get. Sirius is far too low. He actually does well to find a second there. Credit to him, but...
Fair.
You know, in the context of the round itself, it's like, oh, cool, you know, you found a couple of kills, but it really doesn't matter at this stage. You need to be winning rounds. You're obviously 5 rounds down now, no room for error, and yeah this is going to be it. So they have to perfectly pull this off to take us to overtime.
Yeah, 5 rounds in a row. It's a big ask for Saw, but it's exactly what they did to get to that 13 that they had in Nuke before they unfortunately lost that one out. So we know it's something Saw have in the back locker, in that pocket, but... and big ask for them. All in play for Story. U-Jerks going aggro. 1 lurking in the smoke. But he might get the drop. SNX has got through. What is he doing? Like ships in the night. SNX doesn't realize what's in front of him. Who's going to kill who first? Roman makes steps. SNX punishes. It's chaos. But the opening 2 go to that man on ramp.
Absolutely wild, mate. What is going on there? Goodness gracious me. Story the first one to open up for the Saw side of things. Feels like it might be too little too late though, Chief. It has not fallen apart completely, but started to look very difficult. SNX from an advanced position on towards A as well. Just continues his push that he found on the ramp. Leaving a Rozdosh. Now a guy with the cool name. He's got to find 4 to keep Saw alive here in contention in the National Championship. Not looking likely. He will, of course, give it his best damn try, but he has no info. Doesn't even have a kit. Everything just feels like it is against him at this point in time, and really a challenge now to battle into the bomb site. As soon as he gets the smoke out, SNX will actually run out of ammo. That's a bit weird.
Ninja's a fuse, smoking a flash. He's used the smoke, got the flash, but he will fall. And ladies and gents, Orcs are your second team who have booked a spot in towards Pro League. I don't think many people would have predicted that when we saw the bracket, when we saw the teams involved into the breach, who fell short. We looked towards B&E, who didn't quite make it, who fell to Orcs themselves. They've caused 2 upsets in 2 days, and they've booked their spots. So Eternal Fire and Orcs, Scriv, there are 2 representatives from the national championships in a 2-0 fashion in both semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Orcs is definitely a surprise to say the least. I think most people would have expected, as you say, one of those teams saw B&E into the breach even, right? And that's not the way that the weekend has panned out. We've got a few new look rosters that have obviously struggled a little bit, still looking to get the official reps in. Orcs obviously dropped by their org, but still the same 5-man roster. They do relatively well in these online tournaments from time to time, and I think that sometimes if you are coming in a little lesser prep, maybe you've just been spamming the practice, you know, you've not done as much direct prep for the team, they can be really difficult to play against, especially at this time. I think they are much looser and much mixier than perhaps some teams expect them to be, and that's certainly the way that they played it, especially, again, in a lot of those clutch situations. I don't think there's sort of like this, you know, communication between 2 or 3 pieces where it's like, okay, let me peek first, or I'm holding this, I'm doing that. It's just players do it instinctively, you know, just moving, trying to be fluid, and sometimes it comes off really, really well. We did also see some very questionable rounds from them over the course of those 2 series, right?
Some things to fix.
Yeah, ultimately they just weren't punished, you know?
But, you know, when you look at this, there's no better audition now for this side who, you know, as we can see in their team name, they're looking for an organization. There's no better audition than qualifying towards Season 18 of Pro League. So credit to them. They are now amongst the elites. They're heading to Malta as well, which is not only, you know, a huge thing for them in terms of their careers. They're playing in a Tier 1 tournament, big prize pool on the line. It's a great opportunity for them, but it's also a great time for them to really get some solid prac in. They're going to be playing and, you know, rubbing shoulders with the best of the best. There's no better time now for these guys. So credit to them, man. They've really caused a massive upset here. But ladies and gents, it's been a fun 3 days. Some marathon games. We had that B&E Orcs one, went the distance, double OT or 2 OTs across the 3-map affair we had there. But it's been a fun one. Thank you very much for joining us. Scriv, thank you for being alongside me as per usual. It's been a pleasure. The wonderful Anati boys on production who've been great as always, and you wonderful people at home for keeping us company. Pro League, not for a little while, but at least we now know some more participants who are going to be there. Eternal Fire, congratulations to them, and of course to Orcs as well. As commiserations to everybody else, but there's always next season. For now, though, we're going to bid you all farewell. Thank you for stopping by, and hopefully we'll see you all soon. Take care.